Hello everyone. Okay, so my name's TheScruffington, and tonight I'll be running some Final Fantasy XIII for all of you. Hopefully the audio sounds good. Let me just double check my settings. Yep, everything looks good. Okay, so we could go ahead and get started in 3, 2, 1, go. So it's going to be just me on commentary for a little bit. Mr. Zwanzig will be joining us shortly. I think he won't be able to make it until around... well, he might not be here for another 20 minutes or so. So until then, it's just me. So I should also mention, since this is a 6-hour run, we're going to be spending a lot of time together over the next 6 hours. This is my first ever marathon run, so I'm a little bit nervous. I'm also pretty excited because I think 13 speedruns are really, really underappreciated. I also just love running this game. So I am also, I'm not one of the top runners, like I'm relatively inexperienced. So I do have to rely on notes quite a bit, especially for some of the later battles, around chapters 11, 12, and 13. So hopefully when Zwanzig comes in, he can help explain when I have to read through the notes. Oh, forgot to skip a cutscene there. So here we have to do our first set of dodges. Dodging is really important in Final Fantasy XIII. Basically, you want to get through the game as quickly as possible, which means you want to get into as many or as few encounters as possible. So to do that, you have to dodge enemies here in the overworld. So we got into an encounter there, but that's fine. There's certain setups that you can do for dodges throughout the run. I'll explain some of them as they come up, because I do things a little bit differently, and I've also taken some advice from other top runners who have come up with strategies for certain dodges. But it's really a skill that you learn over time. See, for this dodge, you want to juke that last guard by going to the left. So at this point of the game, we don't have paradigms, we don't really have any materials to use to upgrade. So it's mostly just dodging and using the few mechanics that you do have access to. So here's another pretty difficult dodge. These Pantheron enemies, which I just refer to as dogs, there's a lot of variants of them throughout the run. They're really difficult to dodge. Yeah, they're really aggressive, they're pretty fast, and you have to be able to react to them. Which is pretty tough. So. So we have one more dodge coming up here. This one you can sometimes get unlucky with that aerial drone enemy, because he can be really aggressive and just fly into you, which really sucks. So thankfully we didn't get unlucky there. then we have another dodge here. This one's pretty straightforward. Mostly just try to go one way, and then as soon as they start heading towards you, you move the other way.
Do we have a moment?
Yep.
Okay, so I've got a big one. Because we've got Jadis able to, again, Jadis has been giving a lot of money throughout this entire marathon, and Jadis just gave us another $80 to the charity.
Oh,
Jadis
wow.
able to saying, let's get to that goal already. I'm done donating for real this time. Put this towards saving the animals. And with that, the goal is hit. We have reached $501 because we also have a $1 donation from Lund Survivor saying, I'm allowed to vote for my own plane, right? If so,
Awesome.
You wish is my command, and that hits the goal. So we're gonna be updating it to a stretch goal. That's unbelievable. We've actually, that's I believe the first time we've reached our goal even before the last day. So that is crazy. Thanks everyone for supporting Go Rescue here. And just back to the run, I guess. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for all the support, everyone. It's really awesome. There's still plenty of marathon left too, which is crazy to think about. So for this fight here, we're mostly just trying to blitz the Marauder and hit the other guards at the same time. It depends on how quickly we can actually kill the other enemies. That kind of dictates how fast this fight goes. So if they move close enough to the Marauder, then they get caught in the blitz, and then they die. So we got a little unlucky there, but that's fine. So now we get to control snow, and for me personally, I have a really hard time dodging a snow. For some reason, maybe it's just the positioning of the enemies here, but I just really struggle with these dodges. So we'll see how many we can get here. Okay, there's one. Yeah. We got one at least. It does feel like these ones are kind of luck-based, but I don't know for sure. So this dodge here is referred to as the legendary dodge because it's really, really hard and pretty luck-based. Yeah, I had no chance there. Sometimes you can get it, but it's pretty rare. The nice thing is, with all these encounters, we're getting a lot of item drops, which means we should be pretty good on Gil throughout the run. Yeah, see those dog enemies, they can try to swipe you from behind, and you kind of have to juke to the left at the last second, which is really tough to do. Now we have a few more dodges coming up, and we can start camera tricking for these. So camera tricking is something you can do where you hold down on the camera where it's like pointed at the ground, and you can kind of manipulate the enemies a little bit because they start trying to engage you in an encounter based on their line of sight. And so by pointing the camera down at the ground, you can kind of manipulate that a little bit, which makes dodging easier in some situations. So to start off this fight, I'll use a potion here which prevents Snow from getting interrupted by Behemoth. And for this fight, you'll mostly just be playing around Behemoth swipes. So we'll execute this attack early, and hopefully he swipes. Yeah, so Snow didn't get staggered there, which is good. And we'll try to do that again 2 more times. So here we'll execute at the last second. Yep, and then we did that. And then from here on out, we just auto battle. So coming up will be the Myrmidon battle, which is a little bit annoying because of Myrmidon's movements, you can sometimes have Lightning's attacks miss. So we'll try to execute her attacks early at certain points, so her attacks don't miss. Okay, so far we haven't had any misses yet. I'm gonna use a potion for safety here. That is getting a little bit low. This is actually a pretty good Myrmidon fight. So here we'll start camera tricking again for another encounter coming up. And then we'll equip Power Circle onto Snow here. So he gets a little bit of a damage boost for a few fights. This dodge is also luck based. See if we can get it here. Nice. So that dodge and the legendary dodge I mentioned earlier, those are the two, I'd say they're two of the hardest dodges in Chapter 1. So it's not too much happening here, just skipping some more cutscenes. And after this we'll be done Chapter 1. So for this battle we're only going to use 2 attacks. It's actually quicker to only use 2 attacks here, instead of letting the meter go all the way to 3. So for these next 2 battles, what you'll see me do here is I'll change the battle speed to slow. And the reason for that is because here in Chapter 2, the lower your battle rating, the higher your chances of getting item drops are. And in particular, we really want to get things called Deceptisols here. So Deceptisols are what allow you to, like there's essentially an item you can use in the overworld to help you get around enemies and dodge them. It prevents them from seeing you. So essentially, you use the Deceptisols in the overworld to help with dodges, and then that in turn speeds up the run. So here we farm 2. We get 2 Deceptisols from 2 encounters here. Okay, so there's one. And then we get another one from another encounter here. But yeah, shrouds are very important to the speedrun. There's other ones that do different things. There's fortisols, which give you offensive boosts in battles, and then there's aegisols, which give you defensive boosts. But in Chapter 2, we only get deceptisols and fortisols. So yeah, essentially here we just let Hope do all the work. Battle time should end at around, I want to say it's 26 seconds, and that'll mean we get a deceptisol drop. So I guess it's RNG manipulation a little bit. Okay, so we got our 2 deceptisols, and now we can change the battle speed back to normal, because for these next few encounters we don't need to farm more. We will be doing this trick a little bit later in Chapter 2. So here we're going to hope that Snow hits both Pantherons at the same time with 1 grenade. And of course he didn't. It's okay. Wow, that was pretty unlucky. Not much I could do there. In an ideal fight, I would take 3 hand grenades to win, because the Pantherons would just bunch up together, and then you just kill them both with 3 grenades. So here we're going to use some more camera tricking. So I'll point the camera down here, and there's going to be 3 Pantherons that come out. And what happens is, because the camera kind of manipulates the enemies, if we hold left along this wall, they won't actually touch us. So they see how they just ran right by. There's a few other uses for camera tricking throughout the run, but that's a really great example of where it's effective. So for this battle, we're also going to wait 33 seconds, because I need to get 1 more Deceptisol from this battle. So yeah, we're just going to let Saz do all the work here. And then hopefully we get a Deceptisol. Now there is a 4% chance that we won't get one after this, if we're really unlucky. So let's hope that doesn't happen. Okay, we got it. Yeah, sometimes you can get really unlucky there. But thankfully there's a hallway full of ghouls in a little bit that you can use to farm more Deceptisols if needed. So for this battle, we're going to... this one is technically optional, but we need the Gladius item that these enemies are protecting. So we're just going to fight this. So essentially you just blitz the Pantheron, hope that the Zwergs both get caught in the blitz, and then you just focus on the Pantheron. So we equip the Gladius for some more damage. And then for this dodge here, what I like to do is, I like to bait out this Pantheron to the right. He didn't really come out far enough. It's unfortunate. But essentially what you want to do is bait him out to the right, and then run down the left. That looks a little bit better. Okay, these enemies are really aggressive right now. This usually doesn't happen. There we go. And then for this battle, we throw a hand grenade. We hope that it kills both the Zwergs, and then we can focus on the Pantheron after. So it only caught one there, so we're going to throw an extra one. And now we just use attacks to finish it off. So here I'm going to change the battle speed again, because we need to get one more Shroud from an upcoming battle here. So here we just let Hope do the work again, and then we should get a Fortisol. Okay, so we got really unlucky there. There's no Fortisol drop, which means that we're going to have to do an extra ghoul encounter. But that's fine. Yes, there's about a 4% chance that you can not get a Fortisol drop there. I guess that's the Friday the 13th curse. It happens. Okay, so that was a really good grenade. Ideally, the grenade hits all 3 ghouls here. Wow, that was perfect. Yeah, that was a really good fight. So we have a few more dodges here. So this upcoming dodge has an interesting setup. So we bait out this Ghast here. Okay, he didn't come out far enough, but that's fine. We're gonna have to bait him out again. Yeah, this is a really weird setup. Oh, we can make this work. Yeah, perfect. Okay. That's not a great demonstration, but it worked out, so we'll take it. I keep forgetting there's no cutscene skip there. So here we need a Fortisol, but we don't want to get a preemptive. And then just as before, we're going to let this battle take about 41 seconds. So Saz does all the work here, and then hopefully if we don't get really unlucky again, we'll have another Fortisol. Okay, so now we need one more item here. And we're going to want a Deceptisol. So this is the one spot in the run where you can pretty reliably farm items. So we take advantage of it. Now we will be farming an extra Fortisol in Chapter 7. Well, I guess not farming. There's a chest that you can pick up. It takes about 30 seconds.
Good morning.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're just farming some Deceptisols right now.
Good times. Hello everyone. I'm here on commentary, but I woke up at 4 AM and I was still late apparently.
No worries, man. So, well, you came on really short notice, so it's really cool that you're even here to begin with. If I had to do this alone for 6 hours, it'd be pretty rough, I think.
Yeah. Alright, so he got 2 Fortisols, and he's immediately using one of them. Because this next fight is pretty slow without one. It's actually, like, fairly doable. It's not even much slower, but it is a bit slower than only getting one fort and not using one here. I think probably by a bit more so now that people skip the power wristband, which I should ask, like, I'm not entirely sure which route you use. You use, like, the...
Yeah, I use the new power wristband skip route, but I do things slightly differently because I farm an extra Deceptisol anyways. So.
Yeah.
And I got kind of unlucky in this run because I missed out on one of those 4% Fortisol drops. So I had to actually farm another one.
That's rough.
Well, it is Friday the 13th, so...
Oh! Wasn't it Friday the 13th like 3 months ago? That's the thing that happens. I don't usually pay attention to this. I just remember, I think, his Maelstrom released his game then.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, yeah, this is Anima. You murder his little arms, and then he goes into recovery mode for a bit, and then once that's done, he's nearly dead. So you just finish him off. And the Fortisol, in case that wasn't obvious, gives you bravery and haste, and also faith. So it makes you attack faster and harder, so speeds up the fight by quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll be picking up an extra Fortisol in Chapter 7, just for Thangos too.
That's another, like, slight safety strat. So now that we're in Chapter 3, we gain access to the paradigm system, and the game becomes interesting. So for anyone who's, like, completely unfamiliar with this game, you've got 6 different roles. Each party member will eventually be able to learn all of them, but for most of the game, they'll all have, like, 3 out of the 6 roles. And you can set up to 6 different role configurations for your current party, and switch between them at any time during battle. And that's the paradigm system.
Yeah, the paradigm system is really, really cool. Honestly, I don't understand how people complain about this game, but the paradigm system, like, pretty much makes it for me.
Yeah, same.
So here, since we skipped the power wristband chest, we'll be buying one here. Oh, whoops.
And yeah, you also get access to the leveling system now for Starium, which is fairly straightforward.
It's pretty similar to, well, I guess it's similar to FF10's, although that one's a lot more complicated.
Yeah, this is, it's, you know, you just hold the button and you go forward and you level up. I mean, you can level up your per roll, but stats gained will be shared between all rolls. So leveling up the roll, like deciding which roll to level up, is mostly based on like learning certain abilities for that roll, or in some cases you can get extra accessory slots or ATB segments.
Is this the fastest battle in the game? I'm pretty sure it is.
For any percent, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. There's a few that are pretty close, like the crawlers in Chapter 5, but I think that one's about 4 seconds.
I think, yeah, if you get the preempt, it's usually like 4. I think it's usually 5.
So for these dodges, they're pretty straightforward. You just hold right for this one. And then here there's a weird thing with the cutscene.
You just got past the one that's not straightforward, but
yeah.
Yeah, this is a kind of strange thing that you can do this in multiple places in the run. There's 2 where it's faster to do this. Once you get to a certain point, the cutscene will just like load if you keep running forward, but it'll also load if you run back, and the trigger if you go back is a bit closer.
Yeah, so basically when Snow starts talking, you want to run as far away from him as possible. Pretty much.
Alright, so coming up here is the first real boss of the game. I don't know, Anima kind of is maybe, but this is the first one where we have Paradigm. So he's using Libra, which just gives you information on the enemy, helps your party members do the right stuff. And then he's going to stagger cancel this attack. So if you stagger an opponent, it will, for most enemies, it will interrupt whatever they're doing. And that attack that he was trying to use there, Crystal Ring, is really powerful. And if you don't like go into Sentinel, even if you didn't level up at all and you haven't yet, like if you don't get Fringe Ward, I think it like tends to still one-shot you. But with the stagger cancel, it becomes safe. And then he's also, you may notice, if you're not aware of the of this mechanic, you may be wondering why he's got 2 of the same paradigm set up. He's going to reset up his paradigms right here again and have 2 Relentless Assaults and 2 Tri-Disasters. That is for a bit of a hidden mechanic. I think, like, generally casual players tend to learn about this. but is the game never tells it to you. But there's something what we call an ATB refresh, which happens if you shift paradigms. The first paradigm shift in a fight will completely refill the entire party's ATB gauges. And after the first shift, there will a 12-second timer will run, and once that the 12 seconds are up, you can do another ATB refresh, and so on until the end of the fight. So every 12 seconds, if you shift paradigms, you get full ATBs. Generally, that translates to about 2 full strings. Early on in the games, your strings are a bit shorter, so sometimes it's 3, depending on what you're doing exactly. But
yeah, I guess I should also mention that when you do have an ATB refresh, like if you're starting off with a full battle or a full meter, and then you're in a situation where you'll want to auto battle, what I'll do is I'll press X and then triangle to execute the command. And I think it's a quicker input, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, it is. It's a weird thing. You can only do it with like one of the 2 possible targeting settings as well.
Yeah, via cursor. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a strange thing. It basically skips past like the targeting menu.
I'm really surprised I got through those encounters. I activated my shroud way too late, and somehow I got through.
Oh yeah, that's also another new thing. Well, new in the sense you guys haven't seen it yet. It's called a Deceptisol cancel. So now that he has Deceptisols, he can easily get past most dodges, but the Deceptisol will only last for 30 seconds, so he only has 4 of them, and they're supposed to be used on specific things, so he's not really using them on the dodge, or he's not using them up on the dodges. So what he does is he runs, he activates the Deceptisol, runs past the enemies who don't see him, and then runs back into the battle zone and intentionally runs into the enemies, then retries the fight. Now, what this does is it abuses basically two separate mechanics that combine to make this possible. One, when you retry a fight, it'll automatically give you the shroud back, because otherwise it's kind of it would be kind of unfair if you use a shroud on a fight and then you lose anyway. Then you'd still lose your shroud. So it gives you it back, which is nice. Mm-hmm. And then 2, when you retry a fight, you get put wherever you last entered the battle zone, which, if you run past it and then run back in, will be past the enemy. So doing that, you can, with just one Deceptisol, basically run past every dodge in the game quite easily. Well,
for the most part, yeah.
At least none of the enemies will see you. There's still dodges that are hard with that, but you know.
Yeah.
He's gonna do it here again.
Yeah. So after these guards, we'll just exit the battle zone, and then we'll get into the battle again, and then we'll retry.
It's not an ideal strategy because it does mean you have to waste about 10 seconds retrying the fight every time you want to do this, so people do try to minimize it and only use it on the most annoying dodges, where it really helps. But yeah, it's just, it's basically the emergency button. If you really hate a dodge, just decept it.
It's a good motto. You'll see me doing these Deceptisol cancels probably a lot more than other runners. I struggle with some of the birds in Chapter 4 especially, so I'll use it there. Then I also use it in Chapter 9.
Yeah, I mean, I always encourage people to decept whatever they personally have particular trouble with. Or just get good, if one or the other.
Yeah. Also, thanks for the support, King. Appreciate it. So yeah, we're just gonna cancel this. Wow, okay, he came out really far there. It's a little unlucky. Okay. Might have to wait a bit. Because they're not cooperating. Yeah, see, these are enemies that I like to use Deceptisols on because they're really hard to dodge.
I mean, yeah, pretty much everybody, everybody who runs this game will Deceptus dodge, because you have so little room, and those guys are really fast. Like it is technically possible. You know, I've run the Shroudless category, which is a terrible category. Don't run.
Oh yeah.
But you know, sometimes I would just run in there and randomly get past, but it's rare, very rare.
See, I've always wanted to do a Shroudless run for the memes, but it just sounds rough.
There's some dodges, man, that are just like they're possible, but there's in my PB is terrible and still the world record for it, because there's like 2 dodges that I wasted like a total of 10 minutes on, I think.
Well, in a few 80% runs I've done, I forgot to cancel the Deceptisol in Chapter 12 on the Bulwarker. So I've had to do those highway dodges without a Shroud, which has killed multiple runs for me. Like, doing those dodges without a Shroud, I would not recommend it. Yeah, so for this section, it's pretty straightforward. I'm just going to be running through all these encounters. These dodges aren't too difficult.
Yeah, this is kind of the chill section. Once you get out of the actual lake, you're kind of past the hard parts of this chapter.
Mm-hmm. I'd say in general, 13's a really chill run, which is probably the most appealing aspect to me. Or one of the most appealing aspects. Like this chapter, Chapter 5 is pretty chill as well, and then 6 also. Like there's only one real battle in that chapter.
Man, you think Chapter 5 is chill?
Well, I struggle with the dodges, but like overall the aesthetics and like the music is kind of relaxing, I think.
I suppose. That's an interesting dodge there, where we used to do a safe strat of going up to the right, up the stairs to get around it completely. But then we discovered that if you like hug the left wall, the fast big guy will actually not charge at you.
Mm-hmm.
So you can get past quite reliably, actually.
I think you can also use a camera trick for that one, but I haven't personally tested it.
I don't know that I've seen that. Anyway, once again, another pretty simple fight with Garuda Interceptor here. Just, you know, making use of those ATB refreshes to get his attacks in faster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just hit him until he dies. For some reason, you gotta fight him twice. Second time, he puts up a shield, becomes harder to stagger, becomes a bit more aggressive, but still an easy fight, really.
I guess the important thing to mention is that we shift in midair to prevent this long animation from playing out.
Yeah, there's a bit of subtlety with it there. The first paradigm shift will actually have a longer animation, and you can skip that animation if certain things are happening, like certain boss attacks will not make it happen, or if you're in the air, it won't happen. But then it will still do it on the next shift, but so then he just like burns it while his ATVs are recharging rather than on the first shift when he would get a refresh. So that's like a little slight optimization that makes this fight a little faster. And once he's staggered, you just finish him off. Again, for those completely unfamiliar to the game, I guess I should explain what the two main attacking roles differences are. The common misconception is that they're the physical and the magical role. The commando is based on doing damage. You get like a damage multiplier on your attacks when you're in commando, and Ravager is for building up the chain. And that fight there, more soldiers are supposed to spawn there, but they won't if you finish the second and third guys quick enough to each other. So we set it up so that we punch one, punch the other, and then there's no enemies, so there's no time for the extra guys to spawn. And this here is the first Eidolon fight. The goal of these fights is to build up that Gestalt meter you see. Generally, for most of them, the most effective way to do that is building up the chain. For this fight, you're fighting solo, so it's actually a little bit hard to do that. It'll generally keep running out a lot of the time. But you just build it as best you can, and for this fight in particular, you also get a big boost to the Gestalt gauge when you tank particular attacks of theirs. They're big attacks after they do the ATB charge in Sentinel, which is the tanking role. Like in general, the idea is usually that the way to increase the Gestalt gauge for all the fights is to just like use the primary roles that your character who's getting the Eidolon has. But like for most of them, the strat is just chain, because it's the fastest way to build it.
Yeah, she didn't do her wheelie move there for a really long time. I've never seen that before.
Oh, it's completely random. I've won that fight without it even happening. Sometimes you'll get it really early, sometimes she'll just never do it. Now we're in Chapter 4. Pretty much voted on unanimously as the worst chapter in the run.
Yeah, there's a lot of dodges that aren't fun at all. A lot of the battles are kind of annoying too.
It's also by far the longest chapter up to this point. So we'll be here a little while.
So who didn't get the bonus Fortisol drop from Shiva? I think Shiva has an 8% chance of giving you Fortisol.
It's actually not Shiva, it's the soldiers before it. You don't get a result screen for that battle, but they can still drop something.
Oh, cool. I didn't actually know that.
Yeah, you just don't get to see it. Because you do get a results screen for Shiva, you'll never see the Fortisol on there. And here, there's more watch drones, so more D-sets.
Got pretty lucky with those ones. Usually that last watch drone is in a really bad spot for me, so...
Yeah, that guy's really annoying. I find it pretty amusing with this game how you're not really supposed to dodge past all the encounters, but like aside from one, we just dodge everything, and it's pretty much always faster to dodge than to fight the enemies. Like, you'd think there would be more dodges that are just straight up impossible to dodge in a game this long.
Mm-hmm.
But there's really only one dodge that we just fight it because it would take too long to set up the only known way to dodge it. Sometimes you have to fight certain encounters like here because activate guard, like a trigger where you have to activate some button or something, and you can't do it when the enemies are near. So this is a required fight. And with Saz and Vanille here, we now also gain access to the Synergist and Saboteur roles, which are basically buffing and debuffing respectively. And those are really powerful, and in 13, buffs and debuffs are so important. Oh, the Watch Drone's stuck in the floor.
Yeah.
He is stuck in the floor. That happens sometimes on this fight. It is really amusing.
I don't think I've seen that before either, honestly. It's a lot of firsts in this run already.
Yeah, you know, marathon luck and such.
So these 3 dodges are really rough because the enemies can be in horrible positions for you. And here in particular, like, it can be really hard to get into this tunnel. Because you have, like, so many enemies fighting each other.
Yeah, we call it the RN gutter. You know, RNG gutter. Got past the first 2 pretty quickly.
Okay, we cut left here. Wow, that actually wasn't too bad.
Really nice. Pretty ballsy to just go straight for that last one. It was nice.
Sometimes
really
you have to
good
just go
iron
for
gutter.
it. So here this encounter is, I guess, technically optional, but we want the Nerda that it's guarding, so...
Yeah, there was, a little while ago there was briefly people trying a route that skipped this, but with some of the other stuff that gets skipped now, it was already a bit questionable, but now it's definitely not something anyone does anymore. Also, interestingly, the weapon you get from this is an alternate weapon for Hope. And we're actually not going to sell that one. Like, generally, we're going to be picking up quite a few chests with weapons because they tend to sell for a lot of money. This one actually sells for less than his basic weapon, so we'll later be equipping it on Hope just so that we can sell his basic weapon that sells for more. For some reason, that's only the case for Hope.
I'm gonna try to get through here without a Deceptisol. Nice. The last 2 practice runs, I haven't been able to do that. I just felt like trying it out.
Yeah, they certainly tried to get you.
I will use it for the next 2 groups of birds, though.
Yeah, these birds are pretty big jerks. This another section of Chapter 4 that can get pretty frustrating sometimes.
See, that bird drops down, but he can't get you if you run out of the battle zone quickly enough. So I'll use 1 Deceptisol here.
Yeah, these are the kind of like the annoying bird dodges. The extra annoying thing is that at the start they have birds that jump down, and if you have to retry the fight, those birds will already be down, and then the dodge just becomes completely terrible, and you generally will just want to decept it at that point anyway. So then you have to, you know, fail it once and then do a decept cancel anyway after it. It's bad times. So just using a decept from the start is sort of a viable strat. Like, you know, it wastes some time, but if you're not confident in doing the dodge first try. And here we're going to be leveling up Saz to get Bravery and Vigilance, because buffs are important. Lightning gets some stuff. Vanille most notably gets D-Protect because debuffs are also important. And Hope, we actually care so little about Hope that we only get 2 nodes for him here, just to get him a little bit extra HP for survivability.
I show him a little bit of love. Not that much, but...
I mean, Hope's not going to be used that much in this chapter anyway. Here's another required fight so we can activate this bridge. We can actually get to murder some birds, which is a nice change of pace. So,
safety here.
Oh yeah, this is definitely dangerous when the enemies D-Protect Saz. Oh, and then they both target him. That was very bad luck.
Yeah, that's gonna happen sometimes.
Yeah, if you're D-Protected and those both target you, you'll just get combo to death from full health. So I mentioned that buffs and debuffs are really good. Let's put some numbers to that just to really drive the point home. So Bravery and Faith, which increase your physical and magical damage respectively, they increase it by about, well no, not about, they increase it by exactly 40%, which is pretty decent. Then debuffs, D-Protect and D-Shell, which, you know, lower the enemy's resistance to physical and magical respectively. Those increase your damage by 89%. It's a weird number, but that's a pretty big, you know, that's almost double damage just from that. Combine that with the appropriate buff, you're already doing well over double damage. And that's not even getting into Imperil and Elemental weaknesses.
Yeah, see, I actually didn't even know those numbers. Still have a lot to learn with this game.
I mean, you know, all you gotta know is that it's useful, right?
Yeah.
Alright, here's another boss. Like Garuda Interceptor, this is another 2-parter. First phase is nothing particularly special. Have Vanille apply debuffs, hopefully. She already got one. Bravery on Lightning, because she's going to do most of the damage on this one. This first phase, the damaging part won't last too long, so you don't bother setting up Faith on Daz and Vanille. And then just chain until he's staggered and then start hitting him.
Yeah, and see here when we paradigm shift, we focus on Lightning's attacks. So we kind of try to time our shifts with her last move. She's the main focal point of this battle.
Yeah,
I shifted to the wrong one there. That's fine.
Yeah, it's got commando, you know, it works. Yeah, something interesting you can do whenever you get a refresh as well is with the AI party members, you can often get them to just, like, you know, if they're doing, you know, let's say Lightning's doing 3 attacks, and then you shift, and then if you do it at the right time, she'll immediately do 3 attacks again without any delay. That's what we call like a ready animation cancel, because generally they'll do a little animation. But if you time the shift right, you can, like, get them to just continue their combo right away. So this second part, the strat is set up so that we should hopefully stagger him exactly as he's doing his Wrecking Ball move,
Didn't have enough there.
Dang. Did you get the double hit there as well?
I think I did. It was probably because I didn't start off the fight with Bully. Because I was still in, or I was still in Bully instead of Relentless Assault.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that would do it. Yeah, oops. I completely didn't even, like, think about that would be a problem. Yeah. It's because he messed up slightly on the first phase and he started off in the wrong paradigm and threw off his strategy. That's a bit of an upsetting death because you have to do the first part again. And there's also a I didn't quite see if it's what happened there, but there's an annoying glitch actually associated with that Wrecking Ball move where sometimes it will hit twice, and if that happens, you will die from full health. You know, the move by itself is already strong enough to almost kill you from full health at the level we're at.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it happened there, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I think you're supposed to be full health there. I think so. I think you were.
Okay, now we're in Relentless Assault for this part. Should be fine.
Yeah. I mean, the strategy for this these days should be quite consistent at getting the Wrecking Ball cancel. Again, it's really nice that we can get stuff to work out so that we can just not have to deal with this stupid move that sometimes randomly kills you from full health. Figures. This game doesn't really have a lot of glitches, and then one of the few that there actually is that we can see in the speedrun is purely negative.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, there you go. Alright, so what I was explaining earlier about doing those refreshes so that lightning keeps attacking, you can watch out for it here. You do 3 attacks, you shift, and then she immediately keeps attacking. Since lightning's doing most of the damage in this fight, it really helps. So you can get 3 of her combos off for a refresh. And yeah, I mean, you get the kill just before the end of the fight. So that's how that fight's supposed to go. Now we also get access to equipment upgrading after this fight. He'll be doing it in a bit because equipment upgrading is the main way that we, without doing a lot of optional fights, manage to keep up our stats so that we can actually, you know, do damage.
Yeah, so I guess for the first few chapters, we kind of upgrade a few weapons, and then we cycle them through characters until we get access to more accessory slots, so we can get more upgrades, basically.
On this fight here, you try to get it so that your blitzes are hitting as many enemies as possible. They're pretty dangerous, so we have Hope casting Protect on both our characters at the start of the fight. As things get dicey, you can toss a potion.
Those were some good drops, at least. I think we got 2 Phoenix Downs there.
I think that's what I saw, yeah.
Now, for this upcoming dodge, I have a lot of difficulty with it. I know you're supposed to hug the left wall, but for some reason, I always fail it the first time. And then on the retry, I can always get it. So here, I try to hug the left wall, and then I get into an encounter. But on the retry, I can always get it.
Yeah. So, so my tip for you would be hug the left wall more. Like it's really weird. The only way I get it is just like you just gotta run a really suboptimal path. It's really weird.
I tried to cheat there. It went all the way left. The thing I like about dodging in this game is that the enemies do keep you honest, because you have to be good at reacting to them, and if you try to, like, I don't know, play some encounters like really lazily, and you don't dodge them properly, like, they will catch you. Which is kind of punishing and also rewarding of skill.
Yeah, it's funny how many dodges there are that just barely work if you do them right.
So for this minigame, I'm going to try to kill 25 Pulsework soldiers. And if we kill 25, we get 20 thickened hides, which are upgrade materials that we use to upgrade our weapons later. Yeah, for these ones, we just kind of walk over them, and then they die. I think if you kill fewer than 25 soldiers, you get different upgrade materials, but we want the 20 thickened hides because I think those are the best for upgrading at this point.
Well, it's particularly just that at the moment we can't buy organic components yet. So this is the only good way to get a bunch of them easily and quickly. When I started running this, you know, like 5 years ago, we actually used to pick up like 3 extra chests in Chapter 3 in order to get more organic components, so we could upgrade more.
Yes, they only started running this this game this year, actually, so it's a lot of history that I don't know about, which is pretty cool to learn.
Yeah, and we'll get into the upgrading stuff shortly. We'll be in a little bit. We used to upgrade here, actually. Oh, you actually lure the enemies out. That's interesting. I don't think I've seen anyone do that.
Yeah, I've had so many problems with the that Ulan enemy. He just kind of guns me down. So I find the best way is to just like lure them out and then head down the tunnel. And that way's really consistent for me.
Alright, so here's the next Eidolon fight. Lightning's fight Odin. And this one can be pretty dangerous. The last Eidolon fight was easy because they just like auto heal you anyway. You literally can't die. Unless you let the Doom timer run out. But this one's pretty dangerous. We really got to spam potions pretty hard during this one. Usually he'll target Hope. Sometimes he'll switch to Lightning. So we actually, at the start of the fight, do our attacks in such a way that we separate Lightning and Hope, so she's not actually getting hit and launched all the time. And this looks like it should be a pretty decent fight.
Odin was very kind in that one.
Yeah, what tends to determine how good your fight there is like how many times he launches Hope, because then Hope just won't do anything for like several seconds. But there, Hope got to stay on the ground mostly, so it was a nice fight. And then here, this fight is supposed to teach you about using your summons, which we will be doing, but we will be skipping the tutorial because we can just do the fight normally faster. So with summon, you can do two things. You can, like this, you can fight alongside it for a bit and build up the Gestalt gauge, which will then give you more points once you go into Gestalt mode. So we stagger both of the enemies, then we Gestalt, we do one Thunderfall, and then we use Zantetsuken, which is the finisher, which will kill them. Zantetsuken is kind of an oddball when it comes to the summon finishers, because you won't actually see it do damage there. You just see the enemies die. That's actually because there's a little calculation based on their chain and HP, where if they're below a certain number of HP at a certain number of chain, then they'll just automatically die, and otherwise the attack will only do like a little bit of damage. It's really low. But we just know when to use it so that it kills.
These bombs can be pretty annoying to dodge, mostly because it's hard to tell where they're facing you. They do have like one like eyeball, but sometimes it can be hard to see.
I think I had been running this game for years when people told me the bombs had faces. I had never even realized.
I'm gonna try to go to the right here. Nice. Yeah, it can be hard to tell that they have faces, because they're not really, like, that visible. Okay, this doesn't look good. I think I'm gonna wait for this bomb to move again. Hopefully he turns around.
Hopefully he doesn't stay on the bridge.
Alright, that was fine. Yeah, some dodges you do have to be patient for them. It's just a matter of waiting for an opening and then taking advantage of it. But I guess it's something that comes with experience. Like, I used to be really, really bad with most dodges, and then over time I've gotten better at, like, certain ones.
Yeah, dodging is absolutely something that benefits greatly from experience. Just, like, knowing how all the different enemy types react to you and how they move. Alright, so here he's going to shop for some more potions and then some upgrading components. So, the upgrade system is pretty weird. But the way it works is you've got your two basic types of components. You got your organic components and your mechanical components. And organic components don't give you a lot of experience, but they up the multiplier. So he pours a bunch there in, he gets a ×2 multiplier, and then he pours in a bunch of mechanical components, which lower the multiplier, but give you a lot of experience. So generally the best way is to just max out that multiplier and then pour in a whole bunch of mechanical components all at once to take advantage of it.
Got greedy there. Unfortunate.
So since at this point, like I said, you can't actually buy organic components, you have to use those thickened hides, and then you can use some other random drops, however much you need to get to ×2. Later on, for every future upgrade that takes more than a little bit of experience, we'll generally be going up to ×3. which is the maximum you can get to. But at this point, we just don't have the components to do that for that upgrade. So we maxed out the power wristband, which now makes it from giving you 20 extra strength to 60 extra strength, which at this point is like a big difference. Upgrading accessories and weapons is really powerful in order to boost our stats. Because really all we need to do is like pick up some chests here and there that aren't guarded for the most part, sell what we get from them, use that to buy components, and then get really big stat ups from it. That's
Oh, no way. I wasn't in the battle zone.
Ugh. Yeah, this is a weird one. You want to get a preemptive on this fight, ideally. But where the battle zone line is drawn is really weird. And if you run into enemies while you're not in the battle zone, you know, they will never see you, but it also won't actually count as a preempt. Saz right now has that upgraded power wristband, so he's doing hella damage.
Yeah, so these battles, they mostly follow the same pattern. Like, you want to get preemptives on them. You give bravery to Saz, and then you just use auto attacks as Saz. Okay, that was really good. Usually you have to wait a long time for this one.
For these guys, getting the preempt is really important since they're a pain to deal with when they're not staggered. You barely do any damage to them, and it takes a while to stagger them. They have fairly high resistance to change. But when you start out with a preempt, all the enemies will be instantly near staggered, so you can deal with them quite quickly.
Yeah, this section's going pretty well so far. It's nice. And then for this last dodge, I guess getting a preemptive is kind of optional. I usually don't get one. I just kind of run into it, and if I get it,
I think that's what most people do, because trying to set up the preempt on this, it's just so inconsistent. You never know if you're gonna get it, so it's better to just go for it and see what happens. Oh no, you got both of them to self-destruct.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty hard to survive if that happens. I think you can barely survive if you target the other bomb, but then they'll both blow up. Because the way these guys work is that the damage they do is actually based on how much HP they have when they blow up. If they both have very low HP, you can maybe survive. There's different things you can do, like throwing a potion, trying to back up out of the way of them. Ideally, they just...
Wow. Okay.
Ideally, they just don't both blow up right at the start. That's just the annoying thing.
Yeah.
This fight is kind of an RNG mess. Like if only one of them blows up at the start, it's easy fight. If you get a preempt, it's easy fight. But if you keep getting this, it's kind of a mess.
Okay. This looks good.
Yeah,
Alright, I think we got it now.
Yeah, this is what you want. You just kill the one that's blowing up, and then you kill the second one. So yeah, that's the last fight of the chapter, and it's probably the worst one as well. One of the most annoying fights in the game. Luckily, it's short.
Yeah, so here we unequip the Power Wristband from Saz and then the Magician's Mark from Vanille because we're going to be equipping those onto Lightning and Hope in the next chapter. And we won't have access to Saz and Vanille in the next chapter, so there won't be any opportunity to unequip it from them. So we have to do it here.
Yeah, at this point the party kind of splits up entirely. You get Saz and Vanille being one party, Lightning and Hope being another party. You kind of keep switching between them. And then like Snow is just off somewhere, just off in the void until Chapter 7.
Yeah, pretty much. Honestly, I think if this game came out in 2019, there would have been a DLC episode for Snow. Just to show what he's doing at this point.
Shots fired? There you go, here's your DLC episode. Although this is actually a flashback to like before the events of the game. Fun fact: if you activate a shroud in that section with Saz, it'll actually transfer over to Snow, not only across space but across time because this is a flashback. Like the shroud will still be active even though you can't fight anything here. I always thought that was amusing.
That is pretty great, honestly.
And that finally is the end of Chapter 4. Now on to a chapter that I actually quite enjoy. Now, I actually tend to think of Saz and Vanille as the good party for this part of the game, and Lightning and Hope as the bad party. Pretty much because they don't have access to offensive buffs and debuffs. Hope gets the Synergist role, but he only got defensive buffs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at this point, Hope, I think he only has Protect. And we actually don't upgrade him to where he gets Shell either.
Yeah, yeah, we never level his Synergist.
So these dogs can be really annoying to dodge. Okay,
yeah, this chapter starts out with a few minutes of dodging. And the dogs are a real pain. They're kind of recurring enemy types. We had the Pantherons early on, and we've got the Thexterons. The dogs are always kind of a problem enemy. They're really fast, and they're some of the only enemies in the game that are fast enough to, even once you run past them, still chase and catch you.
Wow, this is actually going really well. Usually in a run, I would have failed like 3 dodges already. I totally just jinxed myself, didn't I?
Reminder that Maelstrom has said multiple times that he thinks this is the easiest chapter in the game to not fail any dodges in, and I don't know what he is smoking.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. There's just so many dogs. And even the crawlers can get you if you're not careful. Yeah, see these crawlers here, there's like, tight spaces in between them, but if you cheat too far in one direction, you can actually get caught by them. So for this encounter here, I'm going to do some more camera tricking. So just like in the one encounter in Chapter 2, this will trick the 3 enemies that come out here, where if we just hold the left wall, they won't actually go for us. So you just hold the camera down, hug the left wall, and you should be able to get by there.
So that was a really good first section. Now we get to the part where there's actual fights to be done.
Yeah, that was honestly like one of the best sections of Chapter 5 I've had in a long time. It's pretty good.
So there's electric fences here. You gotta fight some of the enemies to deactivate them. Nothing too fancy about these fights, since, you know, again, we don't really have access to that many strategic options with this party. It's pretty much just Commando and Ravager. You know, Lightning has Medic, but that's just for healing, and that's slow. Hope has Synergist, but that's just for defensive buffs, and that's slow. So, we pretty much just go back and forth between Slash and Burn and dual casting for these fights. And then really all the strategy is just about how you apply your refreshes.
So that dodge is really tricky. Because all 3 of those dogs can run in like different directions.
Oh, that worked.
But they were very nice to me there. Let me try to get a preemptive here. It's a little tricky. Oh, I don't think I was in the battle zone. No, I wasn't. Okay, whatever, we're just gonna do it.
Yeah, this fight's not too bad to do without a preempt. Honestly, I think if you get lucky, it can actually be faster to not preempt it. By like a second, maybe, potentially. This is not that because they're separated, but
Yeah.
I guess, you know, Lightning can kill them in a couple of blitz strings.
Yeah, there will be another group of crawlers coming up where we do not want a preemptive, but for that one, ideally you would have a preemptive.
And here's a behemoth. This guy's pretty dangerous. Because he can, like, if he gets really high damage rolls, he can two-shot Hope. You can stagger him pretty easily, and once he's staggered, you can keep him interrupted. Or not. That's fine too.
Yeah, I've died to that boss, well, not boss, but I've died to that battle multiple times because of high damage rolls. It's pretty unlucky, but it can happen.
Shoutouts to when the PS3 world record died to that fight.
Do you still have the PS3 record?
I don't currently know. Flux is still a minute 20 ahead of me. I gotta get back to doing runs. So yeah, here's 10 of these enemies, which actually makes the fight pretty dangerous. But lightning blitzes tear through them pretty good. And then, like, halfway through the chapter, Lightning randomly decides I want to be the party leader now. So now we're running with her. Which reminds me, we didn't mention it, but there's something particular about Hope. Which means that we really never want to be leading with him whenever we can avoid it. But, you know, the game forces your hand here. But Hope actually runs slower than all the other characters. Everyone runs at the exact same speed except for Hope, who runs at about 92-93% the speed of everyone else. Because he's got little short legs, presumably.
Yeah. So I guess the game's kind of doing us a favor then by switching him out for Lightning at this point. Oh god! Wow. Okay, that was something.
Funnily enough, there was actually before we didn't always know about the Hope running slow thing. So when in Chapter 11 you gain control of in the Arc Guild step. Since you're by default controlling Hope there, and there was really no need to switch the party right away, we used to run a really long section with Hope as the leader, and we were losing like several seconds just to slower movement, and we had no idea. We felt really silly when we learned that.
Okay, I don't know if you saw, but that looked really cool. Lightning just kind of backflipped over his swipe. It's pretty sick. Getting a little bit nervous here. Okay, we're fine. So yeah, I think there's only 2 more battles left in the chapter. It's the motorcycle and the guards, and then Aster Proto.
Which reminds me, have you gotten any bonus shrouds so far?
I don't think so.
I haven't noticed any, but I haven't been looking too hard.
Yeah, so for this dodge, like there's a setup for it where if you stand on this part of the elevator and then head directly right across, so then you can cut in front of these enemies, go to the right, and then they won't get you. I think it was Jake that discovered that one.
No, actually, that was a really old school runner that you may have never heard of. It's that's like the one thing we remember Unblockable Ultra for, other than holding the record on the 360 version for a long time because nobody was running it.
I just remember Jake posted a video about it, which is a really great title. But yeah, that's where I saw it. I'm really glad I found this this dodge setup because it's tough to do without that.
he's canceling the Deceptisol here just to not lose it, but then he's gonna have to do this fight anyway. And this is another fight where summoning comes in really handy. We used to do this fight summonless, but then we kind of had an extra Ether Soul left over in the route, so we started doing this with the summon.
That was really weird. The guard was like blocking my attacks there, so I couldn't actually hit the Velocicycle. Oh, I didn't mean to just let me fall there. Yeah. Yeah, so you want to get up to 426 or more chain, and then Gestalt, and then use Santa Itsuken there.
So now we get to what is definitely the toughest boss in the early game of Final Fantasy XIII. Aster Protoflorian. And again, since we can't get offensive buffs and debuffs with this party, we're going to use a Fortisol to at least get the buffs. Get haste, bravery, and faith. And that's pretty much required to do this fight in one stagger. Even then, it was very tight. We have Hope cast Protect on both of us. And even then, you see how much damage that attack does. So at this point, we just start chaining him for a bit, and then we're going to see what extra-proofing he's going to do. The gimmick of this boss is that he can change his elemental properties into 4 different ones: fire, ice, lightning, or water. Here he does water, which is one of the good ones. We've got the moves to deal with this. We've got Thunder and Spark Strike.
Yeah, so what I do here is I do a bit of a safety strat where I just stall out in this War and Peace paradigm. And then I wait for one more rotation.
Okay. You actually always go for the 2 cycle. To get a bit of extra damage, I guess. Alright, so we got Ice second.
I'll wait for one more.
Okay. What if he goes Fire?
Oh, well then, I don't know.
Are we gonna get a 4 cycle Proto? Because Fire is actually the only bad one. That's the one we just cannot deal with, because Lightning doesn't have any ice-based abilities currently.
I think I should still be able to stall that out here.
I mean, this works, right? I mean, in theory, you could just stay in War and Peace forever. Although, once he gets into the second phase, he gets a lot more aggressive, so kind of want to eventually maybe stagger him.
Yeah, so we're going to wait for him to shift one more time.
I guess he's going to go to Exoproofing Lightning now. That's the one he hasn't done, and I think he cycles through all of them. But I guess this is a good test. You don't usually see him do this many Exoproofing.
There we go.
Why are you using thunders?
Oh, whoops.
Why are you using spark strikes? You did all this extra damage and now you're healing the boss.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to use a Santetsuken here. Okay.
Yeah. Well, no, you don't need it.
I'll just do it for safety.
Yeah, if you really want to be safe or not quite get the kill, you can kill him when he's low enough with Zantetsuken.
So I played that fight way too safe, but
I mean,
we didn't die to it, which is the most important thing.
It was like about a minute and a half longer than what it would ideally be, but it's fine.
Dying is slower than not dying.
It is true. This man speaks facts.
It's a Sharky proverb that I've tried to live by. So now we're into probably the most relaxing chapter of the game because there's only one battle. So we'll do a bit of upgrading here. Yeah, it's mostly just dodging a lot of enemies. I'm also going to try a slightly different setup for these frogs coming up.
Does that mean you're doing the good strat?
Yeah, I think so. This is the one Kaya was talking about. Hey, it actually works. Wow. Okay, so I guess the key to that one is to like not go left immediately, like to just wait until the frogs come out.
Yeah, that's something I picked up from watching a Japanese runner called Aussie. I think he's the one I first saw do it. And I've very slowly gotten other people to start doing it as well. So yeah, here's our next upgrade menu. We picked up the Belladonna wand right there, which is a really useful weapon for Vanille. Probably the most useful one, because it gets you higher chances of debuffs. We would really like to use it, but it sells for so much money at this point. It's kind of ridiculous. So it completely like funds this upgrade all by itself. And that's kind of more important, because now we've just upgraded Saz's weapon a bunch. So he's now doing like twice the damage that he was doing before, or something ridiculous. And hey, Shonen is here.
Yeah, thanks for the good luck, Shona. Appreciate it. So for these two dodges, I tried to just huggle up the left wall. And then I do the same for this one, but it can kind of mess you up depending on where the enemies are. They were in a good spot there, so it worked out.
Now he picked up a second Doctor's Code there. Now on the face of it, having 2 of those might seem a little bit useless since its effect of doubling the effect of potions only works on the party leader. Oh, you got an extra note in Rav. This may be fine. Oh, you might not be able to afford both end spells now. Which would be a bit of a problem for the boss.
Uh-oh. That's fine, we'll make it work.
You could maybe, like, fight some of the gremlins to make up CP. Because otherwise you're definitely gonna have to 2-stagger one of them. I don't know which one it is that is weak to the end spell that you don't have yet. Yeah, in 13 it's since you get retries and everything, it's pretty hard to kill a run. But one of the most annoying things that can happen is if you accidentally make like a big error in the Crystarium. Now this one's pretty recoverable because you didn't waste that much CP, but
I guess I could fight these gremlins here. There's not too
yeah,
many here.
That's what I was thinking. I don't know how much CP they give, but they should be easy enough to kill.
Yeah, we'll just let Saz do all the work here.
My kingdom for a blitz. Sadly, we don't have it yet.
I almost upgraded the wrong thing again. That would have been really bad.
Alright, well, saved.
Yeah, I guess the nice thing about this game is that even if you do make a mistake in the Crystarium, there are certain points where you can use a backup strat and like do one extra encounter. Good example is in Chapter 11, where if you don't have enough for Vanille's ATB, you can do one extra encounter for Hecaton's share.
I'm guessing you would do the single rust pudding?
Yeah, that one. So I've had at least one run die to me not having enough CP for that ATB because I upgraded the wrong thing.
I mean, you can do the fight without 4 ATB.
It is rough. It is really rough.
I know, but we used to do it in the route.
I think it's like 5 minutes slower or something.
What, 5 minutes?
Well,
the fight's only a max of 3 minutes, otherwise you die.
Well, I think I lost like 5 minutes because I tried doing an extra encounter and I did the wrong encounter as a backup strat. Like I didn't go for the rust pudding, I went for something completely different. I don't know, I was panicking big time there. But luckily I've learned from my mistakes.
Anyway, I was saying something about a second Doctor's Code earlier. He picked up a second one, which seems a little bit useless on the face of it, because the effect it gives of doubling the effectiveness of potions only extends to the party leader, so having multiples kind of doesn't do anything for you. Until you realize that you can get some really, really useful items out of upgrading and dismantling them, which we will be doing later in order to pad our shroud count a bit more.
Yeah, we hang on to them as long as we can, but we do sell them in Chapter 11.
Well, not sell.
No,
Dismantle.
not so. Yeah, yeah.
So when is someone gonna do like the galaxy brain strats of actually using these orbs to change the weather so you get easier dodges? I think most of the dodges in the sun are actually worse, but
I haven't actually played in the sun in so long that I forget what's different, honestly. I haven't played this game casually in a long time.
you get like the flans and even worse like the wyverns.
Oh yeah,
So
that sounds way worse.
I think for the most part it kind of is. Alright, so Enki and Enlil. Conveniently, they are weak to the first two end spells that Saz learns, which is why we really needed that CP to get both of them. Because hitting a weakness makes you do double damage, so it's a pretty big deal. When I say end spells, that's what we call like the spells like end water and fire and thunder, etc. They make your non-elemental attacks take on elemental properties.
Wow. That's really unlucky. They went for Vanille that whole time. I guess I could have played that a little bit safer by using a potion earlier, but usually they don't go for Vanille the entire time.
Wait, were both of them attacking Vanille?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I wasn't even paying attention to that. Most people just retry when they're both targeting the same person, because it makes it a real mess. I somehow didn't even notice that happening. Huh. So the current strategy on this is actually to sit in Tide Turner for quite a while. Unfortunately, we can't control what buff Saz gives himself here. If we could, we would make him cast Bravery on himself a lot earlier. Unfortunately, it's way down the AI's priority list. But Vanille can do a decent bit of the chaining and debuffing the enemies while you wait for that. And then once you do a decent bit of damage to these guys, they'll do a move called Bellow, which would get rid of all their debuffs and make them able to use like stronger attacks. Yeah, you see it there. It doesn't really matter at that point anymore, but we try to keep them interrupted for most of the stagger so that they don't do it. The way we do that is we alternate our attacks with Saz and use 3 poisons, which poison has kind of an interesting property where it hits when you use it and then it interrupts the enemy again when the debuff actually inflicts. And when enemies are staggered, well, debuff infliction rate is partially dependent on chain, so when they're staggered, it's usually pretty safe to say that most of your poisons are going to land. So you can extend the interruption like that and keep the enemies from doing anything.
Yeah, so there it's really important to unequip the power wristband, just like we did at the end of chapters 4 and 5. I've forgotten to do this at one point, and I lost a lot of time in chapter 7.
Yeah,
I think
we've all been there.
Yeah. I think we give it to Fang.
Yeah. And then later on to Lightning.
It's not a run-ending mistake, but it does cost you a lot of time because all of the battles in Chapter 7 become, or well, some of them become a lot slower. So these dodges are pretty straightforward. You could just mostly head to the right. This upcoming dodge, there's a safety strat you can do where you can just hide in the tunnel and then go around the enemies that way. And it's pretty safe, but yeah, I usually just go up the middle. And maybe I shouldn't have there. It's not much slower to go through the tunnel on the left.
No, it's a pretty viable alternative if you don't like this dodge.
And this one's a little tricky. I think the goal is to wait until the dot is off the minimap and then go across. But there it went a little bit too late.
Yeah, I don't know. If you just don't fail any of the dodges before this, it should just be a good timing to just run straight through. When you start failing stuff, it gets a little bit weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, that timing was much better.
So Chapter 7 is another chapter where all the actual fights are near the end. And this chapter's pretty long, so you end up with like a good 10 minutes of dodging mostly. There's one short fight coming up between it, but most of the fights are at the end.
Yeah, I'd say it's another chill chapter for the first 10 minutes or so. Not a whole lot happening. A few of these dodges are a little bit challenging, like the Flanators coming up soon. Not this one, but the one after.
Flanators are some of my favorite enemies in the game.
Oh, they're a really cool design.
They've got a fun name, and I like how they just constantly make noise.
And you can even have them in your party in 13 too, which is really cool.
But why have that when you can have Chi-Chu?
It's true.
I have not actually played 13.2. All my exposure to it is from the speedrun.
Yeah, it's on my to-do list. One of these days I'll learn it. Thanks for the good luck, Cosmic. Appreciate it. Ah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, so for these Flanators, you want to kind of like weave in between them. There I should have went more to the left at the start.
I usually lure those out to make it a bit easier. It doesn't really lose any time since you have to wait for the platform to arrive anyway. Although I think I've seen Kaya like run straight through and then actually use the button to get the platform there, and he says it's like a second faster.
Yeah, I can see that.
Alright, so this fight. This is a fight where you're forced to start it with the summon already active. And it's a bit of a weird fight on PC, because sometimes the Orion will just dodge one of your hits and your chain will run out and then you won't kill him. It seems like we're good here. You have to do a really weird pattern of moves to maintain the chain on him on the PC version. On PS3, you just like run through him several times and then just guess the ultimate finisher. There's some weird version differences there.
Yeah, this fight and the Manasvin fight at the start of Chapter 12 they feel a lot easier on PS3. At least when I ran it for the brief time that I did. Yeah,
switching off the superior category SMH.
I'll come back eventually when I'm good enough at this game.
Yo, Lude.
Hey, what's up, Lude? Yeah, so coming up here, I'm going to grab an extra Fortisol from this chest.
And Roosta is here. My goodness,
Hey, Roosta.
all the American runners coming in. I can't imagine they're waking up, so I guess. Yeah, that Fortisol chest there is the easiest way to get an extra Fortisol if you want one. It's faster than grinding for one in Chapter 2.
Ideally, you would get a bonus drop somewhere during the run, so you wouldn't have to do that chest, but that requires a lot of luck. Yeah, the minimap's supposed to look like that. It's not a perfect circle, I don't think. It's kind of weird.
I don't know, I never really paid attention to that.
Neither did I, honestly. In most games, it like the minimap would be a perfect circle, but yeah, this one doesn't look like it.
Look, Lude, come on, we're not all mathematicians. We can't all identify a circle. Come on, like what do you expect of us here? Oh god, now we're getting focus puns.
Oh yeah, well I actually run this on an ultra-wide monitor, but my gameplay window is only 1280 by 720. But that doesn't really affect the mini-maps, so...
You went for the ballsy strat of just running straight through. Does that work sometimes? I don't think I've ever really tried that.
For this one and the next one, I just hug the left wall and it usually works for me, but somehow it didn't there. Yeah, I can get those pretty consistently by just holding left.
Alright, now we get to run across the rooftops for a bit, and then we'll get to the actual fights of the chapter. There's also more bikes here. Bikes are like the single hardest enemy type to dodge in the entire game. They're ridiculously fast at catching up to you. So they're pretty much always decent uses.
Yeah, that motorcycle is a speedy boy, so we gotta use one here.
Lude's new trick TM. Oh no. Now you've made me curious. Oh no. Don't make me run Shroudless again, Lude. You wouldn't do that to me. Oh, he dodged the Templars? Hog. This is where Rooster cries because we're selling components. So now that we're here, we're going to upgrade Snow and Lightning's weapons because they're going to use the fair bit. And for the most part, when we upgrade weapons, well, not entirely now that we don't do the Pearl Wing anymore. We only ever upgrade people's default weapons because they tend to just be cheaper to upgrade and The other weapons are good for selling mostly because they just sell for more money.
Okay.
That is an interesting interesting thing, Lude.
Looks like I have a lot of extra Phoenix Downs. I didn't need to sell anyway. I think I have about 10, so it should be good. Safety. Ah, couldn't get it off in time.
So you may notice at this point that we haven't really been leveling up both since chapter 5. It's because we're not actually using him much for this fight. He dies too easily, so we use Shiva instead. This is one of the few times we use a summon and don't actually go for the finisher. They left really early there. Normally they leave towards the end. But it kind of depends on like how much they and you get hit. And hope this died again. This is an excellent fight right now.
Yeah, I might not even kill, honestly. Hopefully. It's gonna be close.
Don't die!
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm just gonna retry. Yeah, so my timers got thrown off there because ideally in the first part, you time your summon with Ushu using his tail hammer. And then in the second part, you want to throw a potion at the same time he does tail hammer as well. But I missed both. But that's okay.
Yeah, this kind of tends to be what happens in some fights in 13. Like, if you don't kill when you're meant to kill, you just kind of run into a situation where you're like, well, I was not prepared for this.
There it went too early.
Yeah, sometimes he just does tail hammer immediately. Sometimes he just waits forever to do it. It's honestly kind of annoying.
Jeez, this is really... I might have to retry again.
I mean, you just staggered and she was already leaving, so, I mean... try to focus on actually keeping Hope alive this time, maybe? I don't know. Oh, this is really messy.
We'll see.
Oh no. This is going exactly the same.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't trust the damage there.
No, you're not getting that. Oof. I have to say, this is probably the most trouble I've ever seen someone have with this boss. He's been a real jerk.
There we go.
That's what he was trying to do the whole time. Time to summon when he does Tail Hammer so that you don't get launched. And there you do the potion when he does Tail Hammer again. Although the target Shiva anyway. But now this is looking much better.
Yeah, this is gonna kill. There we go, much better. Yeah, I guess I was being a little bit impatient. Well, the first attempt, he did it really early, and then the second time he didn't do it until way late, so... It's all about the timing. These enemies usually aren't that aggressive.
Alright, so what strategy are we doing for this? I keep seeing people talk about lots of different strategies for this one. Alright, you just go for the D-sets.
Yeah. I think there is a strategy to get through that without using a Deceptive Assault.
I've seen people talk about a bunch of different strategies. I don't pay that much attention to it because this is another weird place where PS3 just has it easier for some reason, and that dodge is just easy.
Oh yeah, it's free on PS3. Well, I shouldn't say free, but like it's a lot easier to do.
Yeah, very rarely I've had them catch me, but for the most part, you just camera trick, hug the wall, it works.
So for this dodge, we just hug the wall on the left side.
Yeah, this has got a weird property where the little bits in between the pillars aren't actually part of the battle zone, and when you're not in the battle zone, the enemies won't aggro you, so you keep going in and out of the battle zone when you run in between the pillars. So it makes that dodge really easy. This fight is pretty much the sole reason we haven't leveled Hope at all, because we need Hope to just die here real quick, and if we level him more, then it'll take more attacks for that to happen. So we save several seconds there just by having Hope be really low level. But now that we've gotten past that part, we can level Hope again, and we will do so here, and surely he will become a valued asset to the team, or this is the last time we actually level him. But we do it here because this next fight coming up, we really want to have Thundara on both Lightning and Hope, because this fight is actually one of the longest fights in the run, because he's got quite a bit of HP, and once again we are running with a party where we can't use any offensive buffs or debuffs, and worse still, because there's that little mock fight with just Hope before it, if we were to activate a Fortisol for this fight, it would get wasted on that part of it, and we can't actually have it for the actual boss, so we can't even use a Fortisol to speed up the fight, like we did with Proto. Which is why this is one of the longest fights in the run. We just have to do it in 2 staggers, there's no way around it. Which is actually pretty rare, like there's not a lot of bosses that we need to stagger more than one. You may be wondering why our AI party members are using Thundara, a multi-target spell, in this game, rather than just using single-target spells, which they could use more of. For some reason, you actually get a higher boost to chain on staggered enemies when you use moves like Thundara, so it actually works out better to do that, and the AI thankfully recognizes that. So that's why we pick up Thundara for both Lightning and Hope before this fight. And we also got Smite, which is like a nice way to do big damage at the end of stagger if you can time it right, which he did there. Second phase, his attacks get a bit nastier. He'll single out one person and really pelt them with these pinpoint beams. So we use Sentinel to make sure he's hitting Fang. His Hope would be pretty squishy. And once we get him staggered, we just do the same thing again as we did in the first stagger.
Yep, just gotta keep him in the air.
Actually, now that I think about it, this is the first fight where we even have launch, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
I never really thought about that, but it's not really something you have from the start. Pretty late in the run where we can even start using it.
Yeah, that's a pretty good issue too. Makes up, well, kind of makes up for the first issue fight.
Yeah, sure. And now we're in Hope's house. Very nice place. Unfortunately, it's about to get completely smashed up. And we have to deal with one of the most annoying fights in the run right here. These enemies are very tough and aggressive, so we kind of got to use a summon here. I mean, it also is just faster because dealing with all the enemies individually takes a while. But you're really kind of dependent on how they all spread out, because you need to get enough chain duration on all of them so that you can then spam these Thunderfalls and stagger all of them without chain running out on any of them.
I think there might have been one left, actually.
Yeah, I think one of them wasn't staggered yet, but it may get staggered from this anyway and die. Okay. One of the aerial snipers is still alive. That's not too bad. It's better than when one of the other guys survive. The aerial snipers don't have that much HP. And then this fight, mercifully, is a little bit easier, so we can deal with it normally. And from here we can run straight into the boss fight, but we're actually going to take a little bit of a detour to pick up a Brawler's Wristband, which is a stronger version of the Power Wristband, though currently actually weaker than our upgraded Power Wristband. But in a couple chapters' time, that Brawler's Wristband is going to become really powerful when we upgrade it. And even now it is a, another 50-point strength boost, and we're going to stack all of our strength on Lightning for this next fight. We actually had her doing magic and Fang having the strength accessories, but we're going to swap it over here because of the particular mechanics of this one boss fight that we're about to do, which you will see shortly. And this is another fight where we want to use a Fortisol because, again, we can't use any offensive buffs with this party. And unlike Ushu 2, it actually lets us do it now. So, Lightning has a Gunblade, and this is the one fight where she makes great use of that by just attacking extremely fast. It's almost kind of an Easter egg, because if you're one of those people who only uses auto battle, or just figures, well, there's no way I could attack from this far away, you would only ever see her doing ruins. But her attack animation in this fight is so incredibly fast that she can really, with all the strength that we have stacked on her and the Fortisol, we can do some ridiculously quick damage on this boss. Like, she does, like, the vast majority of our damage here.
Yeah, if this were her normal attack, she'd be doing so much more damage throughout the run. That'd be... It's really cool to think about.
And then Plasma Blasters happen and you just sit there waiting. Kind of annoying when Lightning gets launched, because she's so important to doing the damage here. Yeah. Also, amusingly, not counting the safety strat he did on Proto, this is actually the first fight in the run where we use the medic roll. Which is pretty funny to think about. Up to this point, potions have been strong enough to basically carry us through everything, but since only the party leader can throw potions, and we really want Lightning to be dishing out the damage here, it's better to just have Hope healing us constantly. So this guy actually deals out pretty big damage. But once you get to this point with the parts destroyed, you can stagger him and then just finish him off. Not too difficult of a fight. Pretty fun to do.
Yeah, I'd say fun is definitely a good word to describe it. I don't know, it's just really satisfying to use Lightning there.
And now we're back to the good party. And if they were good before, they're about to get even better, because Saz is about to get Blitz. Saz's Blitz is pretty unique. You'll see in a minute when he actually uses it. Other than that, he unlocks an extra accessory slot here, and Frost. Lots of good stuff we're getting in this menu. Don't get Flame Strike.
Yeah, I was... It's because of the extra menu I did earlier. That's why I was confused there.
Oh yeah, you have extra CP on everyone. So chapter 8 largely is kind of a plot chapter, so in the speedrun it's actually the shortest one in the entire run. If it goes well on PC, it should be under 10 minutes. I guess while we're running through this bit, I guess I can explain why Saz's Blitz is so good before you see it in action. But the way Blitz works for most party members is it's an AoE attack that, you know, just hits all the enemies around you. Saz's is kind of special in that it fires out multiple hits in a cone, and those can then hit multiple enemies. But uniquely, his Blitz is also able to hit the same enemy multiple times. And especially on enemies that are large or close to you, you can hit, you know, most of the 7 hits in that cone on the same enemy. And the damage you get from that is actually really large. Like, if you hit everything, it's doing, like, I think close to twice the damage of just doing regular attacks. So it's really powerful. Especially since a lot of the, you know, a lot of the bosses tend to be pretty large. You can do a lot of big damage on them.
Yeah, his Blitz is pretty useful even if you're playing this casually, and if you want to just do CP farming. It's pretty useful for a few encounters. Especially if you're trying to kill adamantoises. So I know using Saz is a pretty good strategy for those. Because as soon as you knock a turtle down onto the ground, Saz's Blitz can hit a lot easier. So it just does a lot of damage.
Alright, we got through all the park fun times. Now there's actually a couple dodges, and then we're gonna do a really quick fight that's guarding another chest that we want for some money. It's just this single enemy here, who is going to be the first enemy to feel the power of Saz's Blitz. We do one attack on him just to like entice him to get closer to us, and then boom, boom, boom.
Usually that guard comes out a little bit further. He stopped like halfway from what I expect him to. There we go. For here, what I like to do is just bait these things out. The one on the left didn't actually come out that far, so we're gonna have to do that again.
Yeah, it's possible to just do this by running past when the left guy is kind of like turned around in his cycle, just jumping and spinning in place. But it takes a bit of experience to like be able to tell what the right timing is to run past. So I guess this lure strat is one alternative way to go about it. Alright, and here we've got Midlight Reaper. Probably the first fight where you really have to depend on Vanille to land debuffs in order to get a decent time. And some of the other fights have been dependent on that, but this is the first major one. Because again, having D-Protect makes you do 89% more damage with Taz's attacks. And this guy is pretty resistant to debuffs, so landing them is really inconsistent. Right now, well, he got poison. That is something. And he got D-Protect as well, alright. So this should be a one-stagger kill. If you take ages to get the debuffs, you can sometimes like have to stagger this guy twice, and it's really slow. But with the power of Blitz and actually landing debuffs, you can get this guy down pretty fast.
Yeah, we'll still kill here. Just won't be in the stagger.
Yeah, I think you actually would have killed him in the stagger if Saz hadn't gotten interrupted at the last second.
Yeah, probably. I know I died to this battle in my PB, just because Vanille's debuffs weren't on time.
And now we get Saz's Eidolon fight. Now, this fight in the speedrun makes use of a bit of a niche mechanic called conditional modifiers, which I'm always terrible at explaining. But basically, when you're if you Enfrost this guy and then do attack blitz, because of wibbly wobbly math reasons with the mechanics, you do tons of chaining and tons of Gestalt. I can't explain it any better than that. It's just it just works.
This fight can go a lot quicker if Brynhilder actually like walks right up to Saz, so his bullets, like all of them, can hit. But they're not doing that right now. He's in a good spot now. Yeah. Yeah, the further away he is, the harder it is for Saz to hit him with all his blitz attacks. Now we're on to Chapter 9, which is a pretty involved chapter. There's a lot going on here.
Yeah, it was probably one of my favorite chapters. Although, also one that I never get good times in, unfortunately. Here's another similar fight to the one we had in Hope's house, where we just summon right away, and then get enough duration on everything, and then just spam Thunderfalls for a bit and Zantetsuken. Unlike that one, this one's a lot more consistent though. It's very rarely that you'll have the enemies spread out so much that this fight becomes difficult. Sadly, now that Lightning has forgotten how to use her Gunblade again, we swap back to Magic on her and Strength on Fang. Yeah, this game has quite a bit of menuing. There's a lot of micromanaging your setup. I think part of the reason, like, a lot of casual players don't really get into the depths of the combat system more is because to really, like, play 13 well, it does require you to kind of micromanage your setup for particular fights, and a lot of people just aren't really willing to sit in menus and think about, you know, strategy when they're not in the fight. Which is, you know, I get it, but I enjoy that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I guess casually, well, I mean, for my personal experience, I think casually I just stuck with the same, like, 6 paradigms, and I never really deviated from that. Which is something that is really cool about the speedrun, because it, like, at least it kind of shows off where you can experiment, and where there's some creativity that can be shown off. Which is something that you might not see if you're playing it casually. Or you might not be willing to try, at least.
Of course, we do try to minimize the menuing as much as possible, you know. We only do it when it's helpful to us, but... especially the Crystarium is just kind of slow by nature.
Okay, I'm gonna use a Decept here. I'll use another one here because there's more flying enemies. They're just a pain to dodge.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for someone to figure out a consistent way to do this dodge Decepless on PC. I feel like it should be possible, but...
is probably a setup. Might be too complicated though. Ah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, sometimes flying enemies can actually tag you even though you're outside of the battle zone.
Because they're just running around. Like, he's not flying at you, that just happens to be his flying pattern. This whole section of dodges is kind of a mess.
I'm pretty sure this chapter has the most dodges in the entire run, if I'm not mistaken. There's a lot here.
I mean, I'd guess 11 just because it's twice as long. I mean, I'm not going to sit down and count all the dodges, but I feel like it's got to be 11.
Yeah, I could see that. Well, this might be number 2 then. There's just a lot in Chapter 9. So there's an entire section before Kalvinka, where there's about 9 dodges. And then here there's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily these ones are pretty easy. So this is the menu where we're going to get haste. It's very useful.
Yeah, as you might expect, when you're doing a speedrun, an ability that lets all your turns go faster is pretty useful. Oh, you do the menu like that?
Yeah, that was definitely not optimal.
Yeah, there's actually something interesting here where you switch one of the paradigms to the to be at the top, so that it will default to it later when the party switches back and forth.
Oh no, whatever, that should be fine. Doesn't really matter.
Still killing 2 blitzes.
Yeah. Because that just shows how much damage Taz does. Even without stagger, it's just insane.
Alright, so at this point it's time for another shopping and upgrading menu. mostly in service of leveling up that Brawler's wristband that we got at the end of Chapter 7. We've got some useful items now. Yeah, it looks like you've got enough drops to do this menu. This is one of the places where money can be kind of tight. So the Brawler's wristband starts out at plus 50 strength. When you max it out, it goes all the way up to plus 100, I think? No, 120 even. And then we can catalyze it by using the Uraninite into a Warrior's wristband, which gets it all the way up to 158, 56, whatever.
156, for sure.
Yeah. So that's pretty powerful. We've got that on Fang currently. She's going to be doing pretty big damage with that now.
Ooh, that was close.
Yeah, this dodge tends to be. That's a pretty sketchy one usually.
So I don't actually think I need to grab this Phoenix down because I have a lot that I've acquired throughout the run, and I haven't needed to sell any, so I'll just skip this one. So this turtle can be kind of a jerk.
Yeah, it's an interesting dodge. We can kind of manipulate him to get out of our way.
Okay, he was nice there.
There you go.
My last 2 runs, he's cost me to lose like 2 minutes at least.
And then now we gotta fight a turtle anyway, along with a friend. They've actually both got some pretty powerful moves. So we kill the Vespid soldier before it gets to use its big move, Aroga. And the Thermodon takes a little while to deal with, because it's one of those enemies you can't do very much to until it's staggered, and it's got fairly high chain resistance.
Ah, it wasn't quite enough. Now here we're gonna wait for him to get closer, so that way Saz can hit everything. And we use this paradigm specifically because Vanille won't attack. So it just gives Thermodon a chance to get closer to us. So So here for these 9 dodges, we're just going to camera trick the entire way. He was in a really weird spot there. Maybe I could have gone around him.
Oh, this is not a dodge you want to fail because now you have to deal with the aerial snipers running here.
Maybe I'll need to use the Decept actually.
Yeah, you generally do. You can't really dodge the aerial snipers on the retry. And even then, it's annoying if you don't know their flight patterns, because they fly across the way where you need to run. So kind of watch out for that.
Ugh. Yeah. Maybe I should go down the left side. Might be easier.
I don't know if that's easier. Maybe. I guess so. I never even considered going there.
That was scary.
Alright, now we've got Calavinga Striker, or as we know him, Paperclip Bird. There's not too much to explain about this fight. It's kind of a hit it till it dies kind of fight. Also, like any good boss, you have to fight it twice. Which, I think if you... It's been a while since I watched the cutscene, but I think this one actually dies and now you just fight another one. It's stronger now?
Yeah, I honestly don't remember the cutscene for this game, or like any other cutscene. I haven't played it casually in so long.
Had to do a no cutscene skip run.
I'm considering it at some point. It's on my list of things to do.
If anyone's curious, if you do a no cutscene skip run, the cutscenes are longer than the run. But yeah, you can use Sentinel here to tank his big attack, and then just go in for the kill. Same second verse, same as the first, really. You gotta be a bit careful, because even when he's staggered, he's still pretty aggressive.
Yeah, especially if he's focusing lightning. That's why I'm playing this a little bit safely.
Okay, now we get to a really interesting area. These are the bridge fights. So, well, first of all, we actually get to change our party now. This is the first part of the game where we're actually allowed to choose our party ourselves, and we're going to go with a party of Snow, Lightning, and Saz. We actually still have to use Lightning, but I tend to think we probably would for this section anyway, even if we didn't have to. So a bit more leveling again. We haven't used Snow in a while, so he's got a decent bit to catch up on. And then the fights here, there's multiple ways you can go, but if you just go straight down the middle, there's 4 fights that you have to do in order to clear them out so you can activate the bridges so you can run across. Early this year, a method was actually discovered that allows you to skip some of these fights. Man, you're doing optimized strats for that menu.
Yeah, my menuing still needs work. I've gotten better at some of them, but this one's a little bit more complicated. So.
Okay, so the first 2 fights we're gonna do fairly normally, and then you're gonna see some interesting techniques. First fight is not too complicated. They're pretty dangerous initially, but once you do a bit of damage on them, they'll mostly focus on healing each other rather than actually attacking you. So you just blitz them till they die. And then in the old route, we actually used to go around because there was an easier fight there. In addition to some chests, but with the current route, we really have to do this fight. It's fine. It's pretty fast with the summon strat we have for it now. It's mostly about chaining up the Reaver enough so that Zantetsuken will kill him. We also used Quake at the start of the fight. Haven't really explained Quake, but Quake is really useful for this type of fight because it gives a ton of chain duration to everything on the field. So it just allows you to not have to worry about maintaining chain on everything else while you're attacking the Reaver. And everything will nicely get staggered. So that should kill. And yeah, now we're gonna do do you do both bridge skits, yeah?
Yeah, I do both.
Right, okay, just checking. I mean, I assume you would if you're doing this fight. But alright, so this takes a bit of explaining. But basically, every encounter has a spawn and a despawn radius, and the spawn radius is closer to the enemies than the despawn radius. So, if you despawn them by hitting the despawn, then you can't get close to the enemies without hitting the spawn radius again because it's closer to them. If that makes sense. So, what he does here is he runs far enough forward to respawn the first fight that he did, then runs all the way back to them, and activates the fight with them. And now when he goes back down, to where, if you paid attention just a second ago, there was a group of enemies there. They are now gone, and he can activate the button without having to fight them. That's about a minute-long fight that he can entirely skip by doing that. Now he's going to do it again by running forward just enough to respawn the second fight that he did, and then run back up, activate it, and then the last fight here will be gone. So what is happening here is that the spawn and despawn radius for the fight that he's trying to skip are both inside the battle zone of this other encounter. So what he does is he runs into the battle zone, hits the spawn radius, hits the despawn radius to despawn the enemies, and then retries. He gets put outside of the battle zone, which means he is now past the spawn radius. He won't have to hit it again. Because it only spawns if you hit that exact border. Which means he's now past it, the enemies don't respawn, and he can just run past, be on his merry way. It's a pretty Galaxy Brain strat that can, in theory, work in other places if we could find other places where there's encounters with spawn and despawn radii that happen to be inside of another battle zone. Unfortunately, we couldn't find any others that were useful for any percent.
Yeah, it is a really cool set of skips. Like, especially for a game like this, you wouldn't expect something like that to be possible.
It's nice too because those are actually some of the longer, like, random enemy fights that you would have to do in the run. And that last one especially is like minute 20 or something of fight that we can skip. It takes a bit of setup. All the running back does cost you some of the time, but overall we save like a good minute to doing both of those skips.
So we're going to activate another Fort Assault for this next battle against Bart 1. And then we're going to grab an Ether Salt here.
Right, now it's time for the first fight with Barthandelus. This is a really cool fight. So there's two parts to it. The first part, you have to destroy his 4 elemental heads in order to do any real damage to the main boss. And the strategy we employ here is we start with a Fort Assault, so that we have all the general buffs, and then Saz will buff various end spells on the party and strike team. So when we're using commandos, the AI is set up so that all the commandos will be targeting different heads. And this is really nice because it makes it so that we can just have Saz cast end spells on everyone once, and then they can all just kill their separate heads without having to recast the end spells every time you kill one. So Snow and Lightning have already killed 1 head each. Since Saz doesn't do quite as much damage, we have to finish off his head for him while Snow is working on the 4th one. And then once this one dies, we help Snow finish the last one. It's a really neat strat that just takes advantage of how the AI works with targeting in order to deal with these heads really quickly. You'll also notice a lot of potion spamming in this fight because we don't actually have a medic we can set up in any of our paradigms. Potions are still pretty decent, though we're fast approaching the part of the game where they're gonna start being worse, because there's no high potions or anything in this game, so even with the Doctor's Code, 300 is the maximum you can heal for. which once our HP starts getting higher, that kind of loses its luster a bit. Alright, so for this part now, he's going to do what is called the Destrudo skip, hopefully. Bart has a move where he resets his chain and starts charging for a big attack, and if you do it right, you can prevent him from ever doing it by timing your attacks so that you just keep interrupting them. It's pretty tough to do. It looks like he's probably not going to get it here because we just did Smile and Saz died.
Yeah, that's fine. We can recover from this.
Yeah, it's recoverable, but it wastes quite a bit of time to not get that. Ideally, you just kill him in the stagger there, like keeping him interrupted the whole time. So while he's charging up for Destrudo, doing damage to him will lower his power. I'm not sure if you're going to get the... well, no, you should be able to get the Destrudo form here. Like, if you get the strongest version of it, you'll generally just actually die. It's ridiculously powerful, and even the mid version of it almost kills us from full health of this HP. But if you hit him enough, then it'll be relatively easy. And now that we've got him staggered again, we can just kill him.
No way.
Fully.
I saw that coming. Oh,
dang.
That's
That
unlucky.
was an upsetting death.
Yeah.
Right at the end, he had to target Lightning when she was low. Oh well, you get another try at the Destrudo skip.
Yeah, let's see if we can show it off, hopefully. It is a deceptively hard fight, I'd say.
Yeah, it's definitely one that takes a lot of practice to get good at. This is not the kind of fight like some others, like Proto or some of the later bosses in the game, where like if you fail to get the kill when you're supposed to, you just lose. You know, you can recover from stuff, but it's still easy for like, if you're not careful, you can still take a death pretty easily because the damage is pretty big. Let's see if we can keep set up for the Destrudo skip this time. Doing attacks off. Ideally, you would just interrupt him the whole time after you switch to Cerberus. Yeah, this looks like he's not getting it here. Oh well.
So this time I'm going to play it a lot safer.
He actually got hit by the medium level Destrudo, and you saw that almost kill him for full health.
Okay.
Alright, we got there in the end. So yeah, that's Bart 1. We're gonna fight him a couple more times later on, and he's always a difficult fight. He is just some of the most difficult fights in the whole run.
Yeah, the next time we fight him is actually going to be way worse. Mostly just because I'd say it's pretty luck based. Because he can,
Oh, absolutely.
he can really screw you over.
Like that first fight, if you just sit down and practice it for hours, you can get pretty consistent at it. Some of the other fights, Alright, so chapter 10 starts off immediately with this fight here. This is another one that, like, a lot of fights recently have had different strats developed for them. I don't know, like, which you'll be implementing and which you won't, so I keep, like, not being certain what you're gonna do. But yeah, okay, so you are using the Try Disaster strat here. This used to be one where we'd go to Mystic Tower and tank with snow to be a bit safe, but it's faster to just not do that, so we don't.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can approach this battle. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it with Mystic Tower or without. You can do it with Endfire or without.
Yeah, so now we have another pretty lengthy dodge section. There's about 8 encounters that we need to get through. See, I can't actually tell what way those bombs are facing. Like, those ones, I have no idea where their face is.
I never look at their faces, I just look at how they're moving. But even then, yeah, dodging bombs is sometimes a bit more art than science.
Yeah, generally you do want to look at where they're moving, but it does depend, I guess, at some points. So we're gonna hug right here, get through these. These ones can be kind of tricky because they can sometimes be bunched up.
Yeah, with these slug enemies, mercifully, when they get close to you, they tend to try to jump at you. Mm-hmm. But a lot of the times you can just make use of that to have them jump over you. But there they just made like a huge gap for you on the right, so hey, easy. Yeah, Imagine they didn't do the jumping thing. All the dodges with those types of enemies would become so much worse instantly because there tends to be like tons of them.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and then for this area we go all the way to the left because I think that makes it easier to get through these dodges. Even though it kind of looks like it's going the wrong way from where the minimap's telling us.
Yeah, if you just go straight through, you have to deal with like some birds, and you pretty much have to like use D-sets to get past.
And for this room, you can actually just go the way I just did. Casually, it used to always go around, like the complete outside of the map, but you can actually just run straight up the middle. It's one of the few parts of the run where I can actually get a drink of water. It's pretty much a non-stop run, except for some downtime with elevators, and particularly the elevators in Chapter 11.
Yeah, the best breaks you get in this run are about 30 seconds-ish. So, unless you're really fast, it tends to not be enough for toilet breaks.
I'd say that's probably one of the things that makes this a really difficult run, too, because there's not a whole lot of downtime. You have to be focused for pretty much the entire run. Which is definitely not easy.
I'd do it for you, George. I just don't know the charity, but there is a charity. According to the title, it's Go Rescue. You should donate towards it. Fair enough.
Here we have our second of 3 fights in Chapter 10 coming up.
Ah, yeah. Sid Reigns. Pretty interesting fight. Also, probably one of the ones with the biggest disparity in how difficult it is in casual versus how difficult it is in the speedrun, because I think this fight is relatively easy.
Yeah, it can only go wrong when Sid uses his guard twice, but hopefully that doesn't happen.
So having just said that it's easy, we do pretty much keep Snow in Sentinel for most of it when he's attacking, because his attacks are really nasty and they have a tendency to launch you with his combos. It's just kind of annoying. We don't really want to deal with it, so keep Snow in Sentinel while he's attacking. Then at the end here, we can switch him out. And now he goes into recovery shift, and we can just wail on him for a little bit. Have Saz buff us. Most of this fight is just setting up chain, because his chain resistance is really high, so it takes a long time to stagger him. Once we do, he's gonna die pretty quickly. And once he goes back to offensive, we go back to Mystic Tower. And then, ideally, we will stagger him before he goes into either defensive or recovery shift again. Although I don't think Scruff is going for that here. Yeah, okay. Oh, this is fine. He went for recovery shift, so it's all good. That's my alarm going off.
Yeah, then once he's in the air, we just time our attacks to happen just after snows, so we can keep him in the air. And that's pretty much the rest of the fight.
If you remember this fight casually, you may remember him like sprouting wings and doing a big laser attack. His combos get crazy. Yeah, we never see any of that because it only happens once he gets below, I think it is 70% of his health. And by that time we've staggered him, launched him. He never gets to do it. We just juggle him forever and he dies. Easy fight.
Yeah, it's actually a really, really hard fight casually.
And the other elevators left in this chapter aren't quite the break that the first elevator was, because now we gotta actually dodge enemies on them. First he's doing what we call the big accessory shuffle, which is this menu where we just have to set up everybody's accessories for the next several fights. Because this is the part of the game where the game just kind of remembers, oh right, we need to give the other characters their summons. So it just starts tossing Eidolons at you really quickly. And for the Eidolon fights, we can't choose our party, so we kind of have to set up most people with some kind of equipment.
I had to do one extra loop there, that's fine. Oh, they are not in a great spot. Uh-oh.
Yeah. This dodge is a pain. If you get lucky, you can just run in, run straight past. But if you have to,
My landing position there was. I thought it would land a little bit closer.
yeah. This dodge can be such a pain. I think my PB loses a bunch of time here as well.
It's so hard because, yeah, like I'm trying to move to the right side of the wall, but it's so close to the ledge that she just tries to jump up it again. So you want her to run across the hall, but she won't let you. Okay, I can go for this.
Roosta, why are you still awake?
Yeah, don't you have a race against Lou tomorrow? So hopefully I can just get it on the left. Pretty good. So this dodge here can be pretty annoying if the birds aren't nice. Sometimes the birds can just run right after you, and they're really hard to dodge. That was close. It's really close. So here we're going to wait until the enemies appear on our minimap, and then we're going to activate a Deceptisol. Because the enemies that spawn here are bird enemies, which, as you just saw, they are really, really tough to dodge.
Yeah, it's possible to do this one without a decept. You don't have to dodge them for very long before the elevator reaches the bottom, but they're birds. You don't want to be dodging them for any length of time if you can avoid it, really.
Especially in a tight space like this. I would actually pay to see someone do this. Like, in a run.
I've done it. Several years ago, I was doing a relay race where I wasn't allowed to do decept cancels because it was hosted by Japanese runners at Nico TV, and the Japanese speedrunning community back then banned decept canceling.
Oh.
So basically, anything I wanted to cancel, I'd have to grind an extra decept for, which I did in a bunch of cases, and then in a bunch of other cases, I just did the dodge. I think I first tried it, actually.
Well, I guess also, since you've done Shroudless, like, you would do it anyways in that run, so...
Also there, yeah. Like, it's honestly, it's not even, I probably get it first try most of the time. It's not even that it's necessarily that hard of a dodge, it's more about the punishment. Because if you fail it, you get put back all the way at the top of the elevator, and it's like a 30-second loss.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so here we've got Fang's Dome fight Bahamut, which is possibly my least favorite fight in the run, because he is kind of random. First of all, you really need to land slow on him, because he attacks absolutely relentlessly until you do. He hasn't landed in the first string, and I need to go back and try to land it again. He's already attacking again, and oh god, I hate this fight. And Vanille's dead.
Oh, lightning's there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, this fight is it's pretty rough. Sometimes Bahamut can be nice to you and he won't be this aggressive, but
yeah, sometimes he just has big delays between his strings, and sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he lands slow, sometimes you don't. Sometimes he keeps targeting Lightning, who just doesn't have the HP or equipment to survive, so she just dies all the time. It's a real mess of a fight. And, I mean, that may have seemed bad, but, like, I've seen worse fights.
oh, I've had way worse, yeah.
Yeah.
I think having Phoenix Downs, like, for that fight in particular, they're really important.
Yeah.
Just because Lightning and Vanille can die really easily, and if they're dead, then Fang can't get heals.
And now we are in Chapter 11, which is by quite a distance the longest chapter in the run. In fact, it's longer than the next two longest combined. But it is a fun chapter. And like I said, we kind of start off now by picking up the remaining Eidolons in pretty quick succession. We've still got Hopes and Vanille's left. And Hopes will be right at the end of this, this section right here.
Yeah, so coming up we have the Alexander Eidolon fight, which is, I think, one of the coolest fights in terms of showing off how creative you can be with the battle system. Just because it involves positioning your characters by using attacks and shifts.
Yeah. A somewhat valid complaint I hear people level at this game is, you know, some stuff is based on positioning, whether you get hit or not, but like you have very limited control over actually moving around the battlefield. But you know, we have enough experience with stuff that in the cases where we really want to need to, we kind of can manipulate the positions of our characters a bit. And this is the main fight where that really comes into play. Because Alex hits hard, really, really hard. We haven't leveled Hope since Chapter 7. We've given him a tungsten bangle to have a little bit of survivability just in case he takes one hit, but like he need even if he's targeting Fang and Hope just like gets barely clipped and he has Protect, we can barely survive one hit. So, for the most part, we don't want Hope to get hit, so we try to set it up so that Fang is always as far forward as possible.
Oh, I don't like this positioning at
Getting
all.
targeted. Yeah, this is not ideal. He already started off a bit closer than ideal because he shifted a little bit early into the first Sentinel paradigm. And then Alex just did his combo that makes him walk even further forward. So now he's really far forward. This is not what you want to see. So he's probably gonna get attacked by this. Okay, well this is fine. Explosive Fist. Explosive Fist is the one that, like, even if your positioning works out perfectly, still sometimes it barely clips you if he goes forward a bunch. So we're barely able to tank that one.
Yeah.
And
If
yeah.
Lightning had healed Hope there, I would have lived.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all
That
about
was
managing
unfortunate.
Fang's positioning. So if she's far away from the party, then Hope is pretty safe.
Okay. This time Fang's a bit further away. This will probably be fine this time, even if he does some of the Obliterator combos to get him closer. This is how this is supposed to go.
So we're gonna wait until Fang walks up again, and then we'll shift.
Wait. I don't exactly get the pattern you're going with here.
I was yeah, I was a little bit thrown off by him being delayed there. Should still be fine.
Alright, well, he's a bit close now, but he's, like, kind of aimed away from Hope, so hopefully he should still not be hitting Hope here.
Oh no. You don't want to see Fang walk.
Oh my god, Fang, why? Why? Alright, it's fine, you'll live this.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go for the kill here. It's gonna be really close. Okay.
He was going in, dude.
Yep.
He was about to punch you to death. Good times.
Yeah, that fight is really complicated. It's pretty tough, but it's satisfying to execute if you can do it well.
Alright, so that was Hope's last fight of the run. And now we are switching to our main endgame party. We've had full party control since after the first fight of Chapter 10, but we were still using Lightning then because she was a bit more attuned to fighting Sid compared to Vanille. Just because her animations are faster and most of that fight is about chaining. And we didn't really need the debuffs for Sid, but now we're going to use our main endgame party, which is Saz, Vanille, and Snow. Also, this is, if you were here when I was talking about Hope running slow in Chapter 5, since this section it starts you out with Hope, and we didn't really have a reason to immediately change the party. We used to just do this entire section running with Hope, and we were losing seconds upon seconds just because Hope runs slower. It was really embarrassing when we found out. But at the end of this section now, we are going to do the only fight in the run that we do solely for CP reasons. There's a nice fight that you can get an automatic preempt on two powerful enemies that you can take down pretty quickly. It's a pretty well-known grind fight against the Behemoth King and Megastatherian. We can kill them in like 30 seconds. And the CP boost we get from it is pretty sizable still. I mean, it's not as much compared to some of the like big CP some of the bosses are going to be throwing out, but it's just enough to let us hit a couple of really important thresholds. Most notably, it lets us get Vanille's 4th ATB for her upcoming Eidolon fight, which speeds that fight up so much that it's almost worth the investment to fight this battle just by itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the timing of this fight is just really ideal. It's because there's a lot of things we need to upgrade, and it's like right on the way.
Everybody runs at the same speed except for Hope. Hope is just slow for some reason. Yeah, since these enemies, you can get an automatic preempt on because they're busy fighting each other. And oh wow, he actually went for you. Jesus, that was scary. And since they have really high like stagger points, you're doing crap tons of damage against them right from the start, so it's a pretty easy fight. If they hit you, though, you're pretty screwed. They're really strong enemies. So I guess I'd like to explain why we use this party as the endgame party. I mean, you've already heard me call Saz and Vanille the good party the whole run, so you can probably kind of guess by now that it's because they have early access to the offensive buffs and debuffs, which are just really important for increasing our damage. On top of that, they just have good synergy with each other. With Vanille providing medic support and Saz doing big damage with Blitz. So they kind of form the core of the party, and then for the third party member, we go with Snow. Out of the 4 remaining party members, Hope is just not very good because he has low HP, no real support utility or damage potential. This dodge is a pain, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
This is my least favorite dodge in the run. If they don't move the way you need them to, you can just be stuck here for a while.
Oh, that last one came up.
I think you can get through.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just such a tight space here. So.
Hope for most scenarios is the least useful character speedrun-wise. Lightning is decent, and we've been using her up till now, but she just doesn't really have anything particular going for her over the other characters that we could be using, since her only primary roles are Commando, Ravager, and Medic. Her Medic is not even very good, so she just doesn't have any real support utility that the other characters bring. She's actually really good if you develop into her secondaries, because she gets really good spells quite early in Synergist and Saboteur, but we just don't really have the CP to invest in those because they're expensive.
So now we have the longest shop in the game here.
Yeah, this is a really big shop because we get access here to buying Warriors wristbands, which are the currently most powerful version of the strength accessory. So we've saved up a lot of money, and we're going to buy some of those and upgrade them, as well as upgrade Snow and Saz's weapons to max. We've already upgraded them once, but we can upgrade them again for a little bit more oomph. So since Lightning and Hope aren't particularly useful for the speedrun endgame, the choice pretty much falls between Fang and Snow. They both have the Sentinel role, which is pretty crucial support for certain fights, since Saz and Vanille both don't natively have access to the role. Aside from that, they both have Commando and relatively similar strength stats. Fang is generally stronger if you really get into like late game or post game leveling, but at the levels we're at, their strength stats are fairly similar. So it then pretty much comes down to what their last role is, where Fang gets Saboteur, but she only really gets Slow and Curse early on, which can have some utilities in certain scenarios, but for the most part don't really help us go fast. And she is the only character that lacks the Ravager role as a primary, which means that we can't really use Tri-Disaster, the fastest chain building paradigm. unless we spec into her Rav, which when she was part of the main party 5 years ago, we did use to get her Ravager near the end. But it wasn't as good as Snow's. Snow has it natively, so that's why he gets the edge over Fang in the route currently. And since Crystarium is really slow, and we do have to level our main party, we really do have to commit to a single endgame party, because if we would just wanted to swap in Lightning for one fight, we'd have to spend like 2 minutes leveling her. Well, I say that there's Lightning Gauntlet strats, but
Almost finished. Yeah, this one is a really long menu. Okay.
Alright, all set up and ready to go.
Has anyone ever done that menu blind? Or like blindfolded? So I feel like that would be a similar gimmick to the FF9 Pandemonium menu.
Oh dear. I mean...
It's the closest equivalent we could have, I think. It's nowhere near as hard.
Just get Luzbel to run this game. He was starting to learn it a little while ago, and then he stopped. I don't know. This fight right here, this is actually not a mandatory fight in the sense that you needed to access a button or something to that effect. It's just in the way. This is the one fight that is just like so in the way we're just fighting it because it's too much of a pain to get past. You can't lure these guys out, really. There is a theoretical known way to dodge them, but it takes minutes to set up because it basically means you have to run into and out of the battle zone like 200 times or something, and that makes them move a little bit every time. But yeah, it's just fight them. You get decent CP off of it anyway. And just enough, actually, to let us now barely afford Vanille's 4th ATB slot for the upcoming Hackathon fight.
Oh, that one didn't come out far enough.
Dodging those boxed phalanx enemies is pretty amusing because they completely block the way, but when you get close enough to them, they turn to face you and don't actually run into you. So they just nicely get out of the way. So now we get a Hecaton, and even though the party's all together now, we only get Fang and Vanille for this fight. It's the last fight in the run where we use Fang, and her main contribution is going to be soaking up the damage once again, as it has been for all of the last few Eidolon fights. Much like Alex, this guy follows a fairly predictable pattern of attacking and then waiting a bit to let you actually do things. Although what attacks he actually uses is pretty variable. He can some of his strings can be a lot longer or shorter than others. And yes, that is indeed a Doom timer. All the Eidolon fights give you a time limit, which is why they tend to be pretty tough casually. I remember this fight in particular was actually always a really tough one for me casually. Because his damage output is really high, and dealing with that and still getting the Gestalt up in time is pretty tough. Like even a good fight in the speedrun takes close to 2 minutes, and you only get 3 minutes to work with, so. Yeah, this fight is definitely rough casually. If you have trouble with it yourself, try doing what we're doing here. Specifically, most fights we would be chaining with Ravager, but here it actually works out nicely to use Saboteur instead, because it still gives you some chaining, so you get Gestalt increase from that, and then you get further Gestalt increases from the debuffs actually landing in this fight. So it actually works out a bit better. If you still have trouble after that, big recommendation is unlocking Fang's Ravager. We don't do it for this ourselves, but with that, she can actually contribute much more to filling the Gestalt than if she were using Commando. Like in the fight as we do it, she's basically mostly there to just soak up the damage while Vanille fills the gauge. But if you give her just a little bit of Ravager, she can contribute more. And that was the last Eidolon fight, so now we have all of them. And Hecaton Care itself is actually a really powerful one that we will be using in multiple fights going forward.
Yeah, I guess the only Eidolon that doesn't really get used is Snows. But that's just because we don't really control him.
Wait, what? We've already used Snows.
Oh, I mean at this point of the run.
Oh.
Because we use we only really control
Right.
Saz and Vanille at this point.
I mean, we still use him for Kelid? Question mark?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you do Lightning Kelid.
No, I don't. I probably won't ever learn it.
I don't personally recommend it, but it's viable.
Well, it does also make the dodges afterwards a little bit easier, I think.
So, in theory, yeah.
I just hate having to dodge things as Snow. Like, I'm really bad at Chapter 1 dodges as Snow, so...
Yeah, well that's something that's actually pretty amusing, is that we talked about run speed, now let's talk about hitboxes. The different characters have obviously different hitboxes, so generally for dodging you want as small of a hitbox as possible. Unfortunately, the way the speedrun party works out, we just so happen to have the 3 characters in our party with the biggest hitboxes. Fang and Lightning both have really small hitboxes. Hopes is pretty good too. Vanille's probably would be if she didn't wave her arms around so much when she runs. And Saz and Snow are just big guys, so they have the biggest hitboxes. Back when Fang was actually in the any percent party, we sometimes used to just switch to her for some dodges. I remember that being at one point we thought we kind of needed to do that in order to get past the Seeker Bridge. But no, you can just do it with Saz.
I have actually seen some runners switch out to Lightning, at least for the Chapter 12 dodges, like even without doing Lightning Khaled. Which I totally understand, because some of those dodges are kind of rough. So this is one of my favorite places in the entire game, but unfortunately we're not here very long. It's a really cool place with a nice theme, but yeah, we don't get to see it. Now we're just going to run all the way up to Tajin's Tower. There's a few pretty difficult dodges coming up. Some more dogs.
Yep, time to deal with dogs again.
And these ones are the most aggressive dogs in the game.
Oh, you... Adamantherons?
Or are those even more aggressive?
Dude, have you tried dodging Adamantherons without a Decept?
I guess, yeah, that's a fair point. I guess these ones, like, they do feel easier to juke at the end, even if they're, like, really fast.
I don't know, man. Try it sometime. You'll have fun. So yeah, Tajin's Tower is the next big area of the game. This honestly could just be a chapter unto itself. It takes so long. But they decided to make the whole Pulse part just one giant chapter. So the chapter lengths in general are just really inconsistent. In the speedrun, the first 8 out of 13 chapters take up less than half of the run.
So here, depending on where the flying enemy is, you can cancel this Deceptisol very late. Like, you can cancel it on an encounter coming up after this one. But just for safety, I'm going to cancel it here. And also I had to, because the flying enemy was pretty close. So I'm going to use the Deceptisol here as well. Now we're inside Tajin's tower. It's a really cool place casually, but it's a lot of floors, and it can be kind of confusing at times.
So the main thing about Tajin's tower is there's these big statues, and we gotta help them out by defeating certain enemies. So there's 6 missions that we have to do across here in total. And the game, when we were in that big open area earlier at the start of the chapter, the game kind of expects you to have done a little bit of, you know, optional stuff, doing some of the fights, some of the optional missions, maybe a bit of grinding. We are really, really low level at this point. Like, you know, we've been pretty low leveled for most of the run, but this is where it really hits. And you know, we can keep up with our damage just because we've done all that equipment upgrading just before this. But our HP is ridiculously low. Everything is doing really high damage to us at this point. So, luckily, pretty much all these fights can be preempted, which means that they don't get to do a lot against us. You'll see on this fight, for instance, he has to try to lure this guy out a bit, wait for him to turn around, and then hopefully get the preempt. This is kind of a...
Yeah, this is a really weird position. Try to pull him out. Okay.
He actually has a very wide field of vision, so you really need to like be running up like straight behind him, or it won't work.
Yeah, see, he saw me there. That's fine, I'll just reset from here. It's a good position to retry from. Yeah, it's really important to get a preemptive strike for this battle.
Yeah, all these fights, except for one, we need a preemptive strike on them, basically.
Actually, wait, I think I can just run into him after resetting, if I'm not mistaken.
You'd think that. In my experience, that pretty much never works.
Yeah, the thing that's annoying here is that he can hit you from outside the battle zone.
Yeah, his arms have a crazy reach.
Okay, let's try this. Okay.
Alright, so now pay attention to the damage when he hits us, and you'll see why we really need preempts on these fights. That damage is high enough to two-shot us, and Saz even has Protect on him, because we've given him the Shield Talisman. So we really just can't let these guys get attacks off. And like, that was just his basic attack. He can use Water Gun as well, which will do even higher damage.
Yeah, unfortunately Snow whiffed like a lot of his attacks there, which he can do sometimes.
Alright, now we actually switch to Vanille. Because we're going to make use of her Eidolon. Her Eidolon's finisher has the highest damage multiplier. So it is generally when we want to throw out a summon in endgame, usually we'll use Hecaton. And the reason we want to summon for this next fight is because Emmeling Bellows resists physical damage, so you'll only do 10% damage with physicals, and that's kind of what we're geared towards, so yeah. Summons luckily ignore all resistances. Yeah, also he hits pretty hard.
Got hit him 4 times. And then we can use our guy in Salvo.
For most fights, when we're not wanting to use Hecaton for the summon, we'll generally be controlling Saz throughout the vast majority of endgame, because it's just most useful to have control of the Synergist, because the AI won't necessarily always throw out the buffs you want immediately. And also, the AI generally will not use Blitz on a single target, which, as you've seen, is really powerful. Alright, so that takes care of the first 3 missions in Tajins, which are all pretty close together. The rest of them are a bit more spaced out.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take a few elevators to get to the next mission. Which I'll actually use for a quick break, since there's 2 in a row.
Fair enough. I was about to say you missed the chest.
Yeah, almost.
Now, if you remember all the way back in Chapter 2, he farmed Deceptisouls until he had 4 of them. But every time he's used the Deceptisoul to dodge an enemy, he's just cancelled it afterwards, so he still has the 4 remaining that he grinded at the start. So when is he actually going to use them up? Well, this is where that's going to start coming in. Because Deceptisouls, since the enemies don't see you, also allow you to get free preempts. So, for enemies that are really, really tough to get a preempt on manually, we use a Deceptisoul in order to get it. And that will actually then use up the Deceptisoul, since we won't retry the fight and actually, win it. And that's why we need more than one. Most of the top runners will generally go for 3 Deceptisouls. You can do this preempt coming up here manually, but it is pretty tough. So Scruff is running with 4 so that he doesn't have to deal with this one manually.
Yeah, I think it took me about 5 minutes to do this manually.
Sorry?
I think it took me about 5 minutes to do this without Decept in my PB. It's pretty tough.
So in this fight, we buff up Snow first. He'll take care of the bird enemies. I guess they're all birds. Maybe. I don't know. What would you call the Vespid Soldier? Is it like a bug? Or I guess this is a Mushusu, not Vespid, but same type of enemy. I don't know. It's dead.
It is a thing that's dead. That's all that matters. Alright, we have some more menuing to do here.
But yeah, again, these fights are just so tough that we just, we're so underleveled for them that we just can't really afford to do them without preempts. We can't afford to let the enemies get that many hits off on us.
Now we're going to start working on Saz's Ravager, because that'll eventually allow us to get his move called Cold Blood, which is really useful.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very critical for some endgame strats. Also leveling his Ravager up there just got us Renew, which is a move that costs TP, but heals your entire party for half their max HP. Since we're at the point now where potions are really falling off, now that our HP is increasing below, well above 1,000, 300 per potion is just kind of starting to pale a bit. So for some of the bigger fights, we'll be leveraging Renew whenever we can in order to get healing without having to switch Vanille to a medic role. Although for some of the really tough fights, we will actually need to have Vanille as a medic, because we just need so much healing.
Now we're essentially just going to run up to the next statue, grab another mission, and then progress throughout the tower. pretty much what we've been doing for the last little bit.
The next fight coming up is the only one in Tajins that we don't get a preemptive strike on. Because it's just too hard to get. Doing it with a Decept wouldn't be worth it, and honestly, it barely saves time. But by the same token, it is also probably the most dangerous fight in Tajins. Vitala has some really, really powerful magic spells it slings at you. We've given Saz the Soul Font Talisman so that he can hopefully survive.
Yeah, you can use an extra Ether Sol for it, but I usually don't.
Yeah, you can potentially get a bit of safety if you're willing to sacrifice.
Alright, the save point's there. Got confused
Having
for
some
a second.
TP later on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, right. We gotta do the big shopping menu here now as well. This is the last really big, like, shopping menu of the run. Since we've got some more money now, we're gonna get even more Warriors wristbands because our capacity to equip accessories is going to keep increasing, so we want more and more of them to boost their strength as much as we can. And we're also getting a few status healing items here for some fights coming up. This is live. Hi. We can see your messages. So yeah, he's gonna upgrade the Warrior's wristbands that he's just bought. I don't know, it sounds like an idea. Just only world records. Alright, so since we're not really using potions that much anymore, we're gonna dismantle the 2 Doctor's Codes here after upgrading them to max, and that gives you, for each one, a Fortisol, Aegisol, Aethersol, and an Elixir, which is really, really good rewards for what is like a really cheap upgrade and dismantle. Yeah, current world record for this is 444 or something. Really, really good run set recently by Jake. Alright, so here's Vitala. So his first string will always be a multi-target cast, and then the second will be a single target. And unfortunately, he targeted Vanille there, which is the worst thing that can happen. Because we gave Saz the Soulfont Talisman to have Shell so that he can survive it. Snow can just survive it by himself because he's a big beefy guy with lots of HP. Vanille just can't tank it, so she just dies if that happens. He revived her, and she just died again, and now Snow is dead, but he should be able to finish the fight. Wow. He was doing his strings really quickly there, so he actually got all the way back around to doing his second single target cast, which if he had targeted Saz with that one, he would have been dead. He didn't have the HP to survive it at that point, but luckily he killed Snow, and Saz was able to finish it. That was pretty scary.
Yeah, it's a fight that can go very wrong very quickly. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, so the Doctor's Code rewards are really good. You know, more Shrouds is obviously good, because it just means we don't have to bother grinding them. Like, especially the fact that we can get Aegis Souls off them, because we haven't used any Aegis Souls in the run yet, mostly because we haven't had any till now. You can't farm them in Chapter 2 either, so there's no way to get them at like 96% consistency like you can get Decepts and Forts. So it's really nice that we can get these two from the Doctor's Codes, because we will need them for a couple of fights to have actual defensive buffs. And then having elixirs is good, which if you don't know, elixir are full party heals plus full TP restore, which is really useful and will be used for a couple of the toughest fights. And here we have the last mission in Tajin's Penangalan. This one, pretty much everyone uses a Decept on this fight. It's not strictly required, there is a manual preempt strat, but I think currently there's one runner who goes for it. It takes a while to set up, so just farming a Decept for it, and it is I wouldn't call it consistent personally.
Oh, I went a little bit. Actually, no. I needed to do that fourth one.
Oh, I don't think you did, but
well, the notes here say above 600, so
yeah,
I think it was just under with that last one.
It depends on both chain and HP. His HP was already really low, so you definitely would have killed, but it's alright. But yeah, that's another good fight for using his summon. Like the summons are kind of hard to use. A lot of casual players kind of probably underestimate their value because they're not really just the throw it out and nuke the enemy kind of things that you have in most Final Fantasy games. They take a bit of strategy to use, and even then they're not generally necessarily the best thing for taking out boss fights, which is usually in most games, you know, you use your big guns for the toughest fights. They excel best against fights with multiple enemies because they have big attacks that just hit everything for lots of damage. Especially if they're like, you know, multiple targets with relatively low HP, so you can just kill them outright without having to deal with getting hit by them. So that's mostly what we use them for in the run.
That's a pretty good question, Carpet. It's hard to answer for me. I'm definitely not a master at this game by any means. I'm still I think I've put like several hundred hours into it, and I'm still like, I'd consider myself decent when I'm like playing really well, but yeah, some people have put in a lot of time into this game.
Yeah, it's definitely a run that takes a lot of time investment to get good at. It is often quoted that Final Fantasy 12 and 13 are the toughest ones to speedrun. I mean, I haven't run them all. I haven't run 12 either. But that seems to be more or less accurate.
Yeah, I've seen a decent amount of 12, and I'd say like that seems pretty true anyway. Also, man, these birds are really annoying.
Yeah,
If I fail it one more
really
time, I'm gonna decept. I think I can get in on the right side. Okay, they were in a different spot that time. Now we're basically just making our way to the top of the tower, where we can fight Dahaka, which is the main boss of this area. So we've got one more elevator to get through.
Dahaka is another fight that is relatively easy-ish in the speedrun. At least I don't think it's that bad.
It usually takes me, like I usually get him second try, but I did try some practice today, so I was able to get him first try. We'll see how it goes.
Compared to the other endgame bosses anyway, I'd say he's pretty doable. It helps that we don't really have to deal with his big attacks, at least that, you know, if it goes well. Dahaka has some really, really nasty moves, which at our level, you know, basically one-shot us. Luckily, he doesn't start using them until a little bit into the fight, and by that time we'll have staggered him, and once he's staggered, he doesn't do anything, and we can take him out in one stagger, because our strength at this point is pretty high now that we've got upgraded Warrior's wristbands on both Saz and Snow. And, I mean, if you look at this guy, he's pretty big, right? So you can imagine that Blitz is going to easily hit all 7 hits on him. But yeah, first we have to stagger him. And he will be pelting us with some pretty powerful magic even at the start of the fight. So we have Snow as a sentinel the entire time until we get him staggered. Are folks still finding optimizations? Yeah, they are. I mean, they're getting more and more granular, but a lot of stuff actually got found this year. People really went on a big strat finding tear this year.
Oh, I need to get Imperil.
Imperil, yeah. Vanille actually didn't land Imperil at the start. Ideally she does.
Yeah, that should be fine.
Yeah, you should be good here. Yeah, so once he's staggered, he just gets down on the ground and doesn't do anything until he comes out of stagger. Plus, something else that actually got discovered recently was that you can actually get Deep Protect to land on him guaranteed when he's once he's on the ground. For some reason, his resistance to it just drops to 0. So we actually wait to try to get Deep Protect until he's there, and then it becomes nice and consistent, and just Blitz tears through him.
I'm really happy I got first try Dahaka there. I put in a few practice attempts, so it's good to see it pay off there.
Yeah, Jake, Kaya, and Lute are the current top 3 for PC. Then on PS3 you've got me and Flux. But like there's a lot of other high level runners. Like there's a lot of good people these days. I'd encourage you to check out the leaderboard to see all the people.
Good thing I caught that. I had the wrong paradigm, which would have been really bad for Bart 2 coming up.
Alright, so now we've got the last little section of Chapter 11, which is Erba. Not that much to do here. You just kind of run through it for the most part, but then we will get to what I think most people will consider the toughest fight in the speedrun. Or at least the most dangerous. Because there's a lot of RNG that he can throw your way, and you just kind of have to deal with it as best as you can.
Yeah, I'm still trying to memorize what items to use in which situations. I think it's... So if Vanille gets... I think it's fogged, I need to use a mallet, and then foul liquid is for days.
Mm-hmm.
And then pain is... forget which one that is.
It's the easiest one. It's called Painkiller.
Oh, yeah, right.
And you can use holy water if you get cursed. Yeah. So yeah, Bart can use some really nasty status moves that can just prevent you from doing anything. We have items to cure it, but it just takes up time. Time that we don't really have. Because Bart 2's damage output, unlike Dahaka, is just constant. Like if you stagger Bart, he doesn't care. He'll just keep shooting lasers at you the entire time. There's no interrupting him. And we are still so underleveled that we really need to burn through a lot of healing resources throughout this fight. Like for this fight, we're going to use in total 3 renews, a summon, an elixir, and even with that, we still need a lot of extra healing from Vanille as a medic. So yeah, he is going to be doing constant big damage throughout the entire fight. And we just have to deal with that, deal with the status that he can potentially throw at us, and with all that, we still have to, kill him in 2 staggers, and if we don't kill in that time when we've burned through all our healing resources, we pretty much tend to kind of lose at that point. The oldest runner who is still kind of active is Lude. He was running before me in Maelstrom. We learned it from him, really. But also, Lude is not super active, but he is doing a run later today, so. But I think the real, initial routing, if you want to call it that. Some stuff was done on the Speed Demos archive forums. And a real pioneer was Zoning, who used to have the world record before Lude came around. And there were some other people around that time running as well. People like Sharky and Ultra and such. Anyway, here's Bart. So we throw both, well, you can do this fight with just an Aegisol. He's actually also using a Fortisol. It makes the fight a little bit easier. Still nowhere near easy, though. But that is why he got that extra Fortisol chest back in Chapter 7. Because that's safety for this fight. Right now, Vanille has not inflicted Imperil, which is pretty important for this fight. Even though, I guess I haven't really explained what Imperil does, but it lowers enemies' elemental resistances and can even give them elemental weaknesses if they're normally neutral to a particular element. Bart naturally halves all elements, so we can't actually give him a weakness by using Imperil, but it will increase the effect of our chaining when
I'm just going to
he's not halving all the elements.
Yeah, that Imperil is way too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, he was. The goal of the first stagger is to get him to below half HP, so he will open up. You could just re-stagger there and continue, but he decided he'd rather just start the fight off right. Yeah, he had real trouble doing enough damage because the Imperil infliction was so late.
Oh, there we go. That's what I like to see.
Oh, Jesus, there, he just got in the first string. Nice. Yeah, the debuffs you care about for this fight are Deep Protect and Imperil, and you got him in the first string that time. So this should feel much better now. But you can just see how much damage he's just constantly doing, and he never stops. We can't interrupt him at all. And this is still the first phase. It gets worse. Also, I guess I should explain the thing Scruff's about to do here. He's about to use a summon, not for damage this time. He's going to use a move called Apoptosis. There it is. That move gets rid of all his debuffs and all of your buffs. Which is bad, Because we cannot afford to lose our, especially our defensive buffs. We need those in order to survive. So what we do is we summon and Gestalt right as he does Apoptosis, which will then make it miss, so we get to keep our defensive buffs, which is really just important. He still gets rid of his buffs, but those would run out anyway, so that's not the worst thing in the world. Right there you saw him use Dazega, which dazed 2 of our party members, which means they can't do anything until they either get hit or he uses Liquid to heal. Pretty obnoxious move. Right now he's not getting debuff inflictions again, so this might be a problem. Alright, he's got the debuffs he needs. Remember that, Scruff, if you know you're not going to kill, you could keep your last Renew in your pocket and use a summon to dodge Apoptosis again if you fail to kill.
Oh yeah.
You go for a 3 stagger. Although in this case, I guess you're going to have to toss the Renew now to survive Laughter. So that option's kind of out the window now. I don't think you're going to quite get the kill here. It'll be close though. This is winnable, potentially. He's close enough to dead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay here. I think I can kill.
Okay. You actually have Solidarity set up for this fight. Interesting. Yeah, that's another potential safety that you can use. I think I have a different paradigm set up, but Solidarity, he actually has a paradigm with Snow as a Sentinel, so he can kind of like attack a bit better this way. And, you know, right now he's doing really bad damage since he's lost all the buffs and debuffs and everything, but he can win this way. Not ideal, but second try, not the worst thing in the world. That that could have gone a lot worse.
Yeah, at this point I'll take that. It's a little rough around the edges, but we got through it.
Yeah, honestly, you still got pretty close to killing considering how late your debuff inflictions were there. I think you recovered that pretty well. Alright, and now we're on to the last 2 chapters of the game. So here we get another forced summon fight, with Lightning this time. She hasn't been in the party for a little while, but luckily this fight is easy. Which is a good thing, because if we actually had to fight this thing with Lightning's actual stats, we'd be in somewhat of a bind, but just use the summon to kill him.
Yeah, you can do this without using Zantetsuken, but I honestly haven't figured it out yet. It's not that difficult, I just haven't taken the time to learn it yet.
I don't know how exactly it works on PC. That's another one that just, like, it's really easy to do on PS3, but on PC you kind of need a very particular strat. It's only, like, a couple of seconds faster anyway. So we're keeping Lightning as the leader for now, because hey, there's no real reason to switch her out, and she's good for dodging. But she will be leaving again shortly.
think I've seen Aussie get through this entire section without a D-Sect, which is really cool.
That seems really annoying. I mean, I must have done it in Shroudless as well, but I don't remember how that worked.
Maybe I should have waited for that one.
Yeah. This dodge is a mess. You gotta get around these really fast enemies in this extremely tight space. And once you retry, they'll all be bunched up into this little area. Oh, nice. That was nicely done.
Oh, whoops.
And now it's time for another summon fight with Hekaton. Pretty straightforward against Quake, to get chain duration and everything. Summon, do some stuff, do the finisher, everything dies, easy fight. And now it is actually time to level up Vanille as a commando. She doesn't have this role initially. And we pretty much just get it for 2 fights. The reason why is because the Proud Clad fights that we have to deal with in this chapter, they halve all elements, and unlike Bar 2, we can't inflict imperil to get rid of that. So that means our chaining with Ravager is really bad, because all Ravager abilities are elemental. And since the kills on these fights are so tight, we actually need Vanille as a commando doing ruins to get the damage we need to kill those enemies in time. So it's a little bit of an investment of time and CP to get Vanille's commando, but it's just necessary, specifically for PC2. I tried at one point doing it without, and like after like a couple of hours of trying, I managed to kill the fight in 2 staggers. But it was still slow, so like honestly, like there's no way it's ever going to be worth it to skip Vanille's commando.
Yeah, it just sounds like a rough time, honestly.
It sucks. So now we're going to fight another Behemoth King. We fought this guy with a friend to do that grind fight early in chapter 11, but this time he's not immediately staggered, so we actually have to fight him straight up, and it's a lot harder that way. Behemoth-type enemies are dangerous because they're already pretty strong at the start, but once their HP gets low enough, they'll stand up and become really problematic, and we can't really afford to have that happen. So the goal here is to set up high enough chain buffs and debuffs. We're not actually going to stagger him because the stagger percentage is just super high. Oh, Vanille actually died. That's not ideal. A little weird fight now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Here, you're supposed to have Snow and Sentinel by the time he gets to that move. You can't really afford to have Saz get hit by it. But stuff kind of went wrong there.
He's off to a much better start than the last attempt. Before I wasn't able to get my blitz in before his swipe.
Now he should be safer that he's got Snow and Sentinel, and he's just got to get Peniel to inflict Steep Protect and Imperil on him. At this point, he could go for the kill, but it's a bit risky to do before he uses Hurl. Okay, well, Snow got launched, but he should... Yeah, okay, he still killed it. Alright. Yeah, so the way you do that is you just set up all your damage multipliers so that you can kill him so fast that even if he tries to get up, he'll die before he actually gets up. If he did, he would, like, heal. And probably kill you afterwards, because he gets ridiculously powerful at that point. You may have noticed that this is kind of the theme of this run, is don't let the enemies do their big stuff. So I noticed you actually set up an extra paradigm there. That's the strat I haven't seen before. You want to talk about that?
I do this for a little bit of safety for this fight, because sometimes I don't trust my damage in PC1, so having a tireless charge just gives me a little bit of extra safety, I guess.
Fair enough, fair enough. PC1 is definitely a very dangerous fight. PC1, or Proud Clad 1. We're gonna have to fight the big robot guy.
Oh, I missed the item here.
Yeah, I was about to say, are you just skipping it because you don't need it, or? Because I know people sometimes skip the chests in this chapter. Because at this point we don't need the money for all that much anymore. It's just for being able to buy more shrouds when we get to the next chapter.
Yeah, we have there's like a table that shows how much gil you need and what items you should pick up, but I usually just pick up everything.
Alright, so we also just finally got Saz's Cold Blood ability, which we've been working towards for a little while. That's a really powerful, that's like his ultimate skill. Everyone has one of those, and Saz's allows you to do a ridiculous amount of chaining on an enemy that is staggered. It doesn't do that much on enemies pre-stagger, but post-stagger it's gonna drive up the chain really fast. And like I said earlier, these enemies resist this boss and its next form resist elements. So regular Ravager chaining is relatively slow, but Cold Blood ignores all of that, and it's just going to drive up the chain really, really quickly, which will allow us to get to high damage quickly. The problem with this fight is if you don't kill him in one stagger, you die. After he gets out of stagger, he uses a move called Retaliatory Strike, which is so strong we just die if he ever uses it. So that is why Scruff set up a little bit of safety with that tireless charge paradigm, Come Ned. I'm assuming you're just gonna sit in that for a little bit pre-staggered to do some extra damage?
Yeah, that's why I do it.
Alright. You cast Bravery on Vanilla, by the way.
Yeah, that was, whoops. Okay, we could just hang out here for a little bit.
Yeah, this fight, if you do it like the quote-unquote fast way, it's extremely tight. You know, you get the kill or you die. I mean, that's still the case, but he's gonna make it a bit easier to get the kill by just sitting here for a little bit. You know, you can survive easily enough against this guy if you're in a medic paradigm. He won't pull out any particularly big moves until he gets out of stagger. So you know, you could, if you wanted to, you could win the entire fight like this. It's really slow. So yeah, he's done a bit of extra damage with that. Now it should be easier to get the kill. He's waiting for the stagger to happen so he can use Cold Blood. And now you're going to see how fast that chain goes up. Look at that number in the top right. From just Sass doing Cold Blood, it went up like 200 and something %. Vanilla and Snow contribute a little bit there, but it's mostly just Sass getting that number up by himself. Once that's done, you know, blitz and attack till he dies. And yeah, with the extra damage he did earlier, it's easy enough to get the kill in time. So that's PC1, and now we're actually going to switch to Snow as the leader for a fight. It's another fight where we'll want to use a summon, because we have to fight a big turtle called an Element Keled. It's really tough, does way too much damage. Our party, if we just fight it straight up, is just going to die. We could use Hecaton again, Vanille's summon, but Hecaton doesn't actually heal you while he's out, unlike most of the other summons. And also, Element Keled is actually weak to ice, which Shiva, Snow's summon, takes full advantage of. Now, there is actually a strat some people use that is, if it works, a little bit faster, where they actually switch in Lightning with some defensive accessories so she can, like, live a hit. And use Odin, which Odin actually works really well for this fight. But it's a bit risky, just because Lightning is so squishy, because we haven't leveled her at all.
Okay, this looks good.
Yeah, the only potential problem with this strat is depending on your timing when you run towards him with the fight, you can shoot off a little bit to the side, which actually did happen in this case. I'm not sure if you're going to kill here. You did a lot of extra chain before you get faulted, so that may have saved you.
Yeah, we got it.
Alright.
Wait, did we?
No, you didn't.
Uh-oh. I think we can kill from here.
Maybe? The nice thing is that Snow jumping up to do strikes can actually dodge the stomps.
No way! What do I need? Hell liquid.
he's so close to dead. Oh my god, if you get this, this will be...
Wow. That was
that is amazing.
so close.
Alrighty then. Good times.
I wish I could say I did that on purpose, just for dramatic purposes, but...
Yeah, the problem there was that he mistimed his run-up with the bike to get close to him. If you kind of need to do it, like, during a certain point during his animations in order to have that not happen. It's a bit janky. Especially since he was doing Quake at the time, his hitbox was going all over the place, so then like the bike sometimes shoots off a bit to the side, and then you don't get the full hits off of the spin freezes that you do. So he barely didn't kill, but he got it in the end. Yeah, so now it's pretty much just dodges until the boss of this chapter, which again is going to be the Proud Clad version 2.0. These birds are problematic.
Yeah. They always seem to get you right at the last second.
Yeah, the strat I use, it's still hard to do it on the first try, but I have a very consistent retry strat.
If I fail it one more time, I might decept. Wait, actually, I don't even know if I could cancel it. Well, I guess I could cancel it on these guards.
Oh, wait, you don't have a decept anymore, do you?
Oh, right, yeah, I don't. Okay, I guess that strategy's out the window.
Yeah, that's the thing. You don't really need any decepts currently for the rest of this chapter. So we had 4 at the start. We used 2 in Tajins, then we used 1 on the Bullworker fight at the start of this chapter, and then the last one, he just let that run out right before the Proud Clad 1 fight. Just so he didn't have to cancel it. Okay, and for that place, you would actually need to cancel it twice because of how long the battle zones are in that area. So instead, he just let that last one run out. But that does mean he doesn't have the option of decept canceling anything currently.
So for this upcoming complicated dodge, were you actually the one that found this, or was it, or were you just the one that came up with the video?
I'm not the one who found it. I was just good at it, so I made a tutorial video for other people. This was I think this dodge was known to be possible before, but it wasn't thought to be like any percent speed run viable until Shirasu came along. Shirasu was also the person who basically pioneered the whole modern route. I mean, modern kind of in quotation marks now, because there's been a lot of updates over the last year. But he's the one who made us start using Snow instead of Fang, and pioneered some other stuff like the Bart 1 strat with the current like head kills and Destrudo skip. Lots of stuff like that. And he also showed us how to do this dodge. So these 2 enemies are completely blocking the way. You can't make them see you, so you can't lure them out or anything. The only way to get past them is to manipulate your AI party members to run into them, which won't trigger the fight, but it will push them out of the way. And let's see, you got some kind of push there.
Kind of backed out a little bit there.
There might be a gap in the middle at the moment.
Yep.
Yeah, that's always the best when you can just run in between them. That's kind of rare. Usually you'll have a gap on the left or the right or something.
Mm-hmm.
But that was nice. That didn't take long.
Yeah, sometimes you kind of have to go by their dots on the minimap, I guess. So if they move like pretty far into one direction, then that opens up another path for you.
Yeah, that's a really neat dodge. Using your AI party members to push them out of the way. But yeah, we owe quite a lot of the route to Shirasu, as tends to be the case with Final Fantasy runs. All the big developments are always made by Japanese runners. They just like drop a run one day, and it's like, oh, I guess we got to change everything now.
It's actually pretty cool hearing about the history of the 13 speedrun. I mean, it has been about 10 years since the game's been out, so it's already a lot there.
And if you really want to go digging into the really early days, you can look up the Speed Demos archive thread. You have like people like the guy who wrote the speedrun guide on Game FAQs. And got like a just under 10-hour segmented run, but that was like the year the game came out, so that was really early days. 10 years in 3 days? Oh, really? It's the 10th anniversary of this game in 3 days?
Yeah, it came out in December 2009 in Japan.
I feel like we need to do something to celebrate that.
Just get everyone to do a plat % run.
Oh god, I am not prepared for that. Especially not on a work day.
So for this dodge here, we have to bait him out a little bit because he's huge and he kind of blocks the whole pathway. Okay, I didn't bait him out far enough. Yeah, if you just try running like to the right or left of him, he doesn't give you enough space. That should be enough. So just before PC2, we're going to grab a Power Glove from a chest over here, which I think is the highest strength accessory in the game.
There is a higher one. It's called Kaiser Knuckles.
Oh, right, yeah.
but you need dark matter to get it, because you can't get it anywhere without upgrading a power glove, and you need dark matter for that, which is either really rare or really expensive, depending on where you get it. Like, we're talking, I think they cost 800,000 gil or 840,000, something like that. But yeah, with that now, we now have 6 high-level strength accessories. We don't actually have 6 slots for them yet. Saz will get his 3rd slot in the start of the next chapter. But at that point, we will then be able to have full strength accessories on both Saz and Snow. And like, you know, like half our strength stat is just coming from accessories. It's really, like, efficient upgrading is how we can do the damage that we do. Like, even with all the strats we have, we still kind of need, you know, some amount of offensive stats. Although, you know, there are people in the community who tell me stats don't matter. You know who you are. I know that when they say that, they're just talking about small, like, stat cuts, but...
Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. Just have to double check.
Alright, so here's PC2, another of the toughest fights in the run. This has some really specific timing in order to get the fight to go the way you want it. Because his damage output is insane. Basically, we need to not let him hit us very much. Luckily, he's easy to stagger, but then once he's staggered, we need to consistently interrupt him by launching and everything like that. That guy. In addition, like the first fight, he is immune to debuffs. And this time he has so much HP that there's no way we could kill him in one stagger. In fact, we're gonna not even do half his HP in the first stagger, most likely, or maybe close to it. But we only need to do, I think it's about 30% damage, which will then trigger him to deactivate his limiters, at which point he'll power up his attacks, but also inflict D-Protect and D-Shell on himself. Which then means in the second stagger we can just barely kill him. But he will also heal back to full health, so... this is where the fight gets tricky. Kind of random what he does here. He gave you what is probably the most annoying pattern you run into on Eric. That was his big move there on Eric Maelstrom. We renew tank through it to keep Saz's feet on the ground, since Saz can be launched while he's using renew. Alright, he got the launch off, now he just needs to maintain it. This seems like he's at this point he's in a good situation. Even if he doesn't get the kill in the stagger, he's gonna be low enough that he can kill him afterwards for sure. This is definitely gonna be a win. I think. Oh man, you're actually doing a lot less damage than I thought. Wow. How was that so far off?
Yeah, I think Snow launched him right at the end there, unfortunately.
I think your stagger may have been shorter. I think he didn't have full chain duration.
Yeah.
Maybe because he didn't because you did the bad pattern and you may have lost. Maybe you didn't have that much to begin with.
Might still be doable.
Yeah, he now goes into aerial phase, so now it's similar to the first Crab-Clad fight again. But that also means we're now at the same issue again, where if he staggers him now and doesn't kill in the stagger, he's gonna have the same problem he had back in PC1. I don't know. I would use a Cold Blood in this case. You've got a lot of damage to make up. Oh dear. If he doesn't get the kill, he's gonna die, basically. That's what this comes down to. And in aerial phase, he can't like launch him to get him interrupted. So he just needs to hopefully not die here.
Snow came in really clutch there.
Oh, look, that was close.
I got pretty lucky there that he didn't go for me and he went for Vanille.
Yeah. Right. That was scary, but first try. I'm really surprised that your damage was so low on the second stagger. I really think you must have had low chain duration.
So do you know what, I don't actually have the stream up. Do you know what the timer is at right now?
Let me take a look. You're at 524.
Okay. Yeah, we should still be on sub 6 pace. I don't think I can PB anymore, but
what is your PB?
it's a 549.
549. You can PB then. It's possible. It's perhaps unlikely. It's not impossible. You can get like into the low 20 minutes. Lude's PB even has a sub 20 chapter 13, which is ridiculous, but yeah, sub 6 should be all good, unless we have a Clown Fiesta last chapter. Lude is pretty epic. So once again, that boss gave us a nice chunk of CP, which is good because we're gonna need like even more stats, especially HP, to deal with some of these fights in the last chapter.
Whoa. Oh, right, I haven't done the other menu here.
Yeah, you haven't done the shop, so you can't optimize. You should do the shop.
Okay, I'll do it after.
Once you get to chapter 13, a new shop opens up, which is Eden Pharmaceuticals, which lets you buy some really useful items, particularly shrouds. Which is nice, because we've burned through all of our shrouds, except for Ether Souls, which we can't buy anyway. How did you have 5 extra superconductors?
That's a great question. So I just didn't use them.
Oh. Your Deceps aren't going to be on the top now.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Just
I'll have to
pointing
keep
that
that
out.
in mind. Thanks for letting me know.
Generally, people buy the Decept Souls first there because everybody's used to the Decepts being at the top of the Shroud menu. And he's actually going for the Deceptless Dagonite dodges. These are pretty tricky. A lot of people just Decept these.
If I don't get it this try, I will. Okay, yeah, they were in a really bad spot there.
I will be right back 1 minute.
Sure. Yeah, so chapter 13 is kind of like the end game boss gauntlet. There's 3 main battles before we get into the main final boss, which is I guess there's 3 separate bosses there. So there's 6 bosses in total in chapter 13. So coming up here, we're going to use another Decept to get through several encounters. And then we're going to let this one expire. Hey, what's up, Titan? Thanks for the good luck. Appreciate it. So here we're going to try and focus on Bandersnatch, and then we'll try killing the other enemy afterwards.
Bandersnatch and the other enemy. The problem with Bandersnatch specifically is that he's completely immune to physical attacks, which again is how we deal most of our damage. So we're going to use a summon, which once again ignores all resistances. I'm going to have to do a couple of Force Blasters here.
Okay, I think I need him to get to 400, so I'll just do one more.
That should be fine. And now the goal for Jabberwocky is to not die to his Breath of the Beast attack, which, once again, is strong enough to one-shot us. Though he is targeting Snow right now, so even if he did it, he would just kill Snow. But ideally, we can stagger and interrupt him before he does it. Unfortunately, we killed Snow with it there. That's fine.
Yeah, we'll still kill, it'll just be a little slower. So there's some weird graphical stuff that happens in this battle. I don't know why.
I just noticed that, I don't know what that is.
So we've got 5 more battles left in the whole run. this one we can actually get under him, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's nice that they actually made the hitbox accurate like that. Sort of. You know, they could just have it be one big box, but they actually allow you to run through his legs. Vladislaus is kind of almost impossible to chain and does really big damage, but his HP isn't that big. And he's naturally weak to all elements, so we just fire everyone, cast Deep Protect on him, and then just go to town with Saz and Snow. We have to switch to Sentinel again to tank his Mounting Contempt, because that is, once again, an attack that can just one-shot us. Okay. We got a second one. That's fine. Scruff was expecting it and went for Sentinel again, so now he can just finish him off at his leisure.
This is the only time we're gonna upgrade Saz's Sentinel.
Yep. That's another strat that, well, it's like a few years old by now, I guess. I don't know exactly when people started doing that, but for some of the final fights, it's kind of nice to actually have Saz be a Sentinel as well, to further mitigate the damage that they do. Even though he doesn't get any like good Sentinel abilities or anything, just being in a Sentinel role reduces the damage. Yep. Snow caps out at 4,200 HP. Pretty good number. Saz and Neil are quite a bit behind that. I mean, Snow just has the highest HP of all characters. By quite a bit. So here's another one of the another palette swap of this boss. Tiamat Eliminator. Like PC2, this one can switch between ground and aerial phase. He starts in aerial. In this phase, we cannot debuff him. So once again, this is going to be a boss that we're going to have to do in 2 staggers, because without debuffs, we just can't get the damage we need to kill him.
Oh, it's supposed to be an aggression here. That's fine.
His attacks can also cast slow on you randomly. So you'll actually see that Saz and Vanilla both lost their haste they had at the beginning of the fight. Which is not ideal, but it's fine. This isn't a particularly like tight fight or anything. This isn't the type of fight where you can barely get the kill or anything like that. Because you can't get it in one stagger anyway, so you're gonna always have to do 2. And it's easy to get it in 2. You'll also notice that he's actually using Cold Blood on a non-staggered enemy for once. It still does some decent amount of change not staggered. But the main reason he's using it for this fight in particular is because it's really good at interrupting him. You might want to get deeper tech.
Yeah, I switched out to get that.
And now the rest of this is easy. Alright. Onward to the 3 final bosses. Ah, okay, you are grabbing the extra strength on Saz. Definitely a good idea. It really makes this this next fight a lot less tight. Even though it's like only a couple % difference in your damage output, I really feel the difference on this fight.
That's the first time I've been able to get both of those final strength nodes. Usually I can only get one.
Really?
Yeah.
I wonder if you skipped something somewhere else then.
I hope not.
I mean, you have all the important stuff, I'm pretty sure. Maybe just like a random side node somewhere, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's the 60 extra CP you got in Chapter 6.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's the final fight with Barthandalus. Not quite as bad as the second fight, perhaps, but still a really tough fight. One of the toughest in the run still. And in my opinion, the hardest fight of this chapter. So at the start, we are praying for Vanille to inflict the debuffs, which she did, so that's nice.
Probably switched out a little early, but fine.
Yeah, your chain is definitely on the low side here. I feel like your duration is going to be pretty short now as well. You didn't do Quay. Well, we'll see. So this guy alternates between using two big attacks, Ultima and Thanatos and Laughter. Ultima is really scary and can kill us, so we need to be in consolidation with Sentinel Paradigm when he does that one. Laughter looks really scary, but actually always just takes you down to near death and never actually kills you. Flux saw he wasn't going to get the kill there, so he switched to consolidation again to tank the next Ultima. Now he's just going to have to probably re-stagger and finish him off.
Also, as far as Bard 3s go, that was pretty good for me.
Yeah.
It was a little slow, but...
Yeah, it's not ideal. You want to kill in one stagger, but... It was, you know... No panic. Alright. And now we get to Orphan. this guy hits really hard. He immediately starts off by doing another move that brings you to near death right away. So you have to start out just by recovering from that. Yeah, I guess Scruff isn't using the summon strat. That's like a really new thing that got discovered recently, where you just start off by summoning, and then after Merciless Judgment, the summon will immediately leave, but leave you at full health right at the start, so you don't have to spend time healing. But this works just as well. So he's just setting up his buffs, and every time he sees Orphan going for the stop, he switches back to Consolidation to mitigate the damage. It really makes a big difference. Like, you take like half the damage when you switch to that.
Okay, now we need Vanille to come in clutch here.
Yeah. Switching to Consolidation is also useful for Snow to keep provoking him, so that the next attack will always be targeting Snow. Which is important because he can use this move, Requiem, which is really high single target damage, which would probably, in most cases, kill anyone who is in Snow. Alright, now he's staggered. He's now on a bit of a time limit to get the debuffs, but he got all of them, so we're all good. Oh. I say, and then Snow dies.
I think we can still make this work. We're gonna have to stall out, but should be doable.
Yeah, I don't know. You got all the debuffs pretty early, so you may be able to even get to the well, probably not. But yeah, we'll see how this goes now. He's missing damage now because Snow doesn't have the buffs anymore, so he's doing much lower damage than he would be doing otherwise. You need to get him to about 30% health for him to go into his final phase, which he hasn't quite reached now, but he's poisoned him. This boss can actually be poisoned, and poison is really powerful. It's still running during this animation. So now he needs to stall it out a bit until he does... Okay, he immediately went for the second Merciless Judgment, which means he is now in the final phase. Now we're actually going to use the second of our elixirs, just so that we can heal up and survive for a little bit in this phase, to do a little bit of chaining and stuff. Or I guess you're just going to go for attacking?
Yeah.
I guess that works too. But eventually he will be, like, forced to summon here in order to survive. Once you've summoned, you're pretty much safe from damage. The Inhaler will constantly be healing you. And now we're not even doing that much damage to him, but Poison is just ticking away. Poison is really powerful, and whenever you can inflict it, especially on a fight that is already lasting long like this, it's pretty good. It does enough damage that it kills any enemy from full HP in 5 minutes. So, it's about, you know.
And now we're just gonna spin to win.
Yeah, he's now just setting Gestalt to stall it out. This doesn't do much damage to him at all, but Poison is just still ticking away. Let's see, what is your time at? Because you first tried all these fights. No, I think you're gonna barely miss PB, actually. It's really close. Yeah, you'll barely miss it. There's one more fight, for the record. That wasn't the final boss. He's got a second form, but it's probably the easiest of the final bosses. I mean, it can go wrong, but generally people consider this the victory lap fight. You're completely unable to damage Orphan 2 until he's staggered. His chain resistance is low, and once he's staggered, he's gonna die fast. He got the early slap there, which is unfortunate. That's kind of random where he does that. Oh, and Necrosis. That inflicts both pain and fog on Saz. It doesn't do any damage, so it's not too bad. He just has to toss some items to get rid of it. Or just only throw a painkiller and then don't use spells. That works too. Alright, and he got all the debuffs from Vanilla, so this should be good here now.
Yeah, so time's gonna be coming up soon.
Yeah, very soon.
And time. Okay. Well, that was fun.
GG, man. Yeah, that's less than a minute behind your PB.
I'll get there one day. Alright, so, yeah, I guess, I want to say thanks to Mr. Zwanzig for commentating on such short notice. Really appreciate it.
It's all good. It's been a while since I've done commentary on a run. I felt like doing one, so.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I guess we're gonna pass it off to the next runner. So,
Did you see your current time? Did you see your final time?
someone posted in chat. It was 5:50 before.
Oh, did I miss time by that much? I must, because I thought it was a 5:50 or 12 on my end, but I guess I must have missed it.
Oh,
Okay.
no worries.
Thanks for running. Thanks for running.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
You can talk for a little bit because I have to do some intermission stuff because I was busy setting up the next run. Just forgot to set up like the next sources. So you want to plug like your Discord and stuff?
Sure. Well, I guess if I had to shout out any Discord, it'd be the Final Fantasy XIII series Discord. They were really supportive of me when I started learning this game in the summer, and honestly, it's a really good community. They're always helpful. They always welcome new runners. So if you're interested in learning 13, it's definitely a great place to check out.
Dude, where the heck is the invite? I don't have it. Oh, I found it.
And the cool thing about that Discord is it's for the entire 13 trilogy. So even if you're not into 13, like let's say you're into 13-2 or Lightning Returns, like there's channels for those games as well.
Yeah, it's for the whole 13 series. There's different channels for different categories and whatnot. There's a lot of discussion. Just if you go there, don't be intimidated because it's like mostly the top runners talking about really small time saves at this point. But like if you have like any questions about wanting to learn the game, you know, people are always ready to help people out.
With that being said, I do have everything set up. So as usual, runner has the last word.
All right, thanks again, everyone, and best of luck to the next runner. So yeah, see you later.
You should be off.